All right, I just got a little message that we're streaming live on YouTube. Do you have that same message, Katie?
Not yet. I gotta, yep, now we're good.
Okay, great. And it is 6:30. Hi, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order twice, once now and once after I read Governor Baker's prologue. Meeting of the Board of Selectmen, March 16th, 2021, 6:30 p.m. It is in fact 6:30 p.m. and all members of the board are present. And now, Ms. Brascio gave me a hard time at a recent meeting about my reading of this, so there's lots of pressure on me. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Southborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information in the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and a requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Southborough's website at www.southboroughtown.com. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner by finding the meeting at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so despite best efforts, we will post on Southborough's website an audio or video recording transcript or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. So call meeting to order number 2. Again, good evening, everybody. And the first order of business is public comment. I should have checked participants beforehand. All right, going once, going twice. All right, on to item 2, scheduled appointments, volunteer interviews. And we have 4 scheduled for this evening. Hopefully most, if not all of the 4 are present, some volunteers for some town committees. And the first up in our order is Rachel E. O'Day for about a 2-year term on the Recreation Commission. And I see Ms. O'Day in the audience, and I think she's on her way over. Hi, Ms. O'Day, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. Number 1, thank you for volunteering.
Of course.
That is particularly somebody who's new to town and hasn't volunteered before. That's always terrific to see. Your citizen activity form was impressive, and my fellow board members will give me a hard time saying that I'm always impressed with forms that mention law degrees. So, excellent background. And so I guess 2 things. Number 1, welcome to town.
Thank you.
Just our general format is if you could give us a real thumbnail sketch of what prompted your interest in the Recreation Commission, which is what we're considering tonight, and any other information you think would be interesting for us to know. All right.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. So I am from a small town and moved a few different places and then we wound up here in Southborough with my family, my 3-year-old and my almost 1-year-old, and felt kind of, we're sort of familiar with the area, but we're really happy to see that it felt like sort of a smaller town where you can get to know people and where you can get involved and, where there are those opportunities. And especially for someone new to town as a way to get to know the town and get to know the people and that kind of thing. And so I graduated law school in 2011. I started my career in public service. I was a prosecutor. And then I went over to private practice and I'm now, still in private practice and more of a general counsel role, but really wanted to, was interested in joining one of the town committees, and particularly this committee, I think first to get back involved with some sort of public service, aspect that was a big part of my life, and it hasn't been as I've been in, the corporate world a bit. So I really wanted to get back to that. So I was excited to see that there were opportunities available in Southborough to join a committee. And then particularly when I saw the recreation committee, I was really excited because I know the recreation committee is more than just sports and athletics, but I've been involved in athletics my whole life. I've, from the time I was very young, did all the sorts of town recs, and I was from a smaller town. So the recreation department was a really big part of my life and all of the activities that I did when I was younger. And so, was happy to see that, this kind of having the opportunity to even just like learn to play softball and learn to play basketball and learn to ski. Those were the kind of things my town had. I was able to then participate in intramural softball in law school and even outside. So, I think that having those skills are really important, just to be able to get, together. And my kids are so little, just having social skills is like such a huge part of being able to do rec programs. I signed my daughter up for, I think, everything she could possibly qualify for so far at age 3. So hopefully she'll start in a few months, I think. And that was why I was excited to see the rec department, just because I think those opportunities for young kids to have the socialization, especially post-COVID, and especially for young kids, because that's my own personal perspective, and also the athletics are just really important. They're lifelong skills. I still run, as do a lot of my friends. My father's here visiting, actually. He just turned 70 and we were able to go for a run together. And so just being able to have those, get kids some of that athletics is great. And all the other things that the rec committee does too, because I know it's not just sports.
Great. Well, and you may or may not know. I think someone said that you talked to the chair of the rec commission.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got a terrific rec commission and rec department. They're incredibly active. They've even been incredibly active this last year. So it would be a very good group that you be joining. I'm going to go to Ms. Braccio in a second. But small town, Berkshire County, small town, or somewhere else in Massachusetts?
Well, so I'm actually from upstate New York.
Okay.
I'm right over the border kind of after Berkshire County. So that was why I went back there. After I graduated from my first job, I was a prosecutor there because it's interesting, it's beautiful. And it was kind of halfway between Boston, where my, then fiance was, and where I'm from. I'm in upstate New York. So it was nice. I did a lot of driving during that time.
Okay. Ms. Braccio.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Rachel, welcome. And thank you so much for volunteering. You did answer my question that I had, was why was recreation? I get the small town. I'm actually from a small town in Michigan, and I've made that ride across upstate New York, to cross over into the Peace Bridge. So I appreciate that. I just want to thank you. I think your background and your enthusiasm that you've shown here tonight, I think you're a perfect fit for recreation. I think you'll bring a lot to the table for them. So again, thank you for stepping forward, welcome you to town, and I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thanks, Rachel, and welcome to town. And thank you for putting your volunteer form in. Like Marty and Lisa alluded to, we really enjoy having people who are stepping forward for the first time. I don't have any questions, and I look forward to supporting your appointment. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Shea.
Thank you. Rachel, again, thank you for stepping forward. Nice to meet you.
You too.
And everything any questions I had were covered in the statement that you made. I really like the enthusiasm that you have, and it's regrettable that you're not an engineer, but still look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. I have no occupational biases, so welcome.
Okay.
Curious, do you, if you had a chance to look in on any of the Recreation Commission meetings so far, have you sort of seen some of the things that they're doing, or not yet?
I haven't seen any of the live meetings, but I mean, I've looked through some of the meeting minutes that were posted online, and in connecting with Jen, she was able to tell me about some of the projects that they've been working on over the past year, especially. And it seems like they've been very busy.
Exactly, with the pandemic and getting restarted. So again, appreciate your volunteering, your enthusiasm. I think rec is a critical asset in town, doing a lot of important things. I think they have some new staff recently, and I think it re-energized a lot of things. So I think there's a lot of upside for that. I think you're going to be part of a great group. So thank you again for volunteering.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I will move.
Marty, I'm sorry, before we do that, Jen Hansen is in the audience. Can we bring her in?
Okay, I did not see her hand
Sorry.
up. Okay.
It wasn't up, but I just noticed that she's there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Ms. O'Day made a very effective and impressive presentation. If you want to add anything based on conversations or otherwise, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I think we're about to appoint her.
Yeah, I would just say that, yeah, we had a great conversation last night and looking forward to adding more energy to the group. You know, we can always use an extra set of hands. So, yep. All
right.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. And with that, I will move that we appoint Ms. O'Day to a term on the Recreation Commission, extending to June 30, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Malinowski. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Again, congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening.
You too.
All right. Next up is Mr. Is it Schild or Schild? I may end up calling you Ira a lot. Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm here now. It's spelled Shield. It's pronounced Shield. And you can call me Ira, happily.
Okay. Excellent. Welcome. Thank you for volunteering. We've got 3 golf committee, I'm not sure if nominees, but who filled out citizen activity forms. I think 25 might be on the light side, remarkably, of the number of years you've golfed for the 3. So welcome. And as I said with Ms. O'Day, you may or may not have been listening in, but just a quick thumbnail sketch about, you've kind of explained pretty clearly what your interest is in the golf course and the golf committee, but just a quick thumbnail sketch about what drew you to it.
Sure thing. Thank you. Rachel O'Day is a tough act to follow. I will not jump out of my chair. Hi, everybody. I'm Ira Schild. Lived in town since 1987. Lived in this house since 91. Didn't raise any kids here. Our kids were grown and gone before we got here. As my application showed, I actually retook up the game of golf at what is now the Southborough Golf Course back in sometime in the 90s. I have never run a golf operation. I am friendly with several folks locally who own and operate golf courses. I'm a little bit aware of some of the issues. I certainly have a background in business and management and budgets and so forth. I have not served this town in any regard other than showing up at town meeting in all those years that I've lived here. And this just seemed like an opportune chance to get my foot in the water because I do care about golf a great deal and because I am not yet retired, but approaching that time. So I'm beginning to look to cultivate other interests besides giving Dell Technologies the best of my efforts. What can I say beyond that?
I don't think you don't. If you don't need to if you want to. That's a pretty clear statement and a pretty effective one. I'm going to go to Ms. Malinowski in a second. I will just point out, you may or may not know this, but and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but this past year was, from a financial standpoint, the most successful year in the history of that golf course. it really took off and offered comfort and recreation for folks during a pretty difficult time. And I'm not a golfer, but it's a great resource, and we look forward to having a terrific golf committee to help out with the company that runs it for us. So with that, Ms. Malinowski.
Welcome, Ira, and thank you for putting your activity form in for the golf committee. We were definitely looking to fill this committee, so I'm thrilled to have 3 of you step forward for this. It sounds like your background fits the committee very well. I don't have any other questions, but I look forward to supporting your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now I think our lone golfer on the board, Mr. Shea.
Yeah. So I guess my only question is, this will be the question for everybody. What's your handicap?
I do keep an official handicap. I am embarrassed to share it with you. It's about twice what it used to be.
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. It's great to see the interest that you have for it. And I think this is a committee that is really needs to be jump-started, and it's good to see the interest that you have in it, and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to contribute what I can.
All right, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Thanks, Ira, for volunteering. I think this is a pretty exciting one. As Marty suggested, this past year has been the most successful ever financially and rounds-wise for the golf course. But the other interesting piece, as I've followed this over the last several years, is that now that we're back through the construction phase, the consultants that they'd talked to for the prior committee suggest that there's at least a 50% upside for the number of rounds to go through the course at this point. So I think there's a lot of potential, and having a group that is focused on how we get better utilization out of that asset, think about capital improvements such as irrigation they talked about historically that allows for, again, even more play and better quality play there. I think there's a lot of things that, again, we can do. And with a strong committee, I think that we can realize many of those opportunities. So hopefully you can be a part of that. And we appreciate your volunteering and helping with this. So thank you.
Thank you. I very much agree, by the way, given the closure of several local small golf courses, I think we do have a fabulous opportunity.
All right, and finally, Mr. Schilt, is Ms. Braccio.
Good evening, Ira. Thank you so much for stepping forward. It's great to see the golf committee coming back together, and you know, they were involved so much in the process as we initially started with the town taking over the golf course. They did a phenomenal job, and I think with your help and your experience and your passion for golf, it kind of gives us a whole new opportunity here. So I thank you for stepping forward, and I look forward to supporting your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I will, is that right that this term is only to the end of June, Mark?
Yeah, these are one-year terms, Marty. So this is, unfortunately, we're where we are. So yeah, you'll hopefully this is just kicking off his tenure, and then we can quickly reappoint him again for June.
All right, so my motion is to appoint Ira Schilt to the golf committee for a term that ends June 30th, 2021, with the expectation of many years after that as well.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Great news, Mr. Schilt. Thank you again. And you're welcome to stick around while we talk to a couple of other likely new members as well.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to doing this.
All right. Have a good evening, sir.
You too.
All right. Let's bring over Mr. Nixon. I see his name in the participant log. Mr. Nixon, hopefully you can hear me. You are muted.
I hope I'm not. Am I unmuted? Great. Thank you. Good evening to everyone.
Good evening to you, sir. Same, thanks for volunteering. I saw you were there, so presumably you heard everything we said. It's It's a great golf course on the cusp, we think, of even better things than we had this last year. If you could give us a quick thumbnail sketch, you certainly have an impressive background for somebody who wants to be on a golf committee. But just anything you want to supplement or anything you want to point out, it'd be appreciated.
Well, yeah, I was as I pointed out, I was a 40-year member over at Framingham Country Club, and I served in a lot of capacities there. At one time, I worked with Ed Mezzett, who was the owner of Western Nurseries, and we did a lot of repositioning of tees. We removed a lot of selected trees and shrubbery, marked other ones for pruning and so forth. In addition to doing that work, I chaired a fair amount of committees. One of the ones that I was very proud of was redesigning and refreshing the grill room and the men's locker room. I was able to use contacts that I had through my own business, Nixon Lumber Company, to secure hardwood lockers and carpeting and get all of that done at cost, which I then was able to pass on that savings to the club where they reimbursed me. I also worked years ago with a good friend of all of us, Kevin Giblin, in designing and preparing plans for the new pro shop and clubhouse. And I co-chaired quite a few tournaments there, charity tournaments, including the Rob Champ tournament for the Boy Scouts and the American Cancer Society tournaments. Additionally, I also belong to a club called the Sliver Club, which is comprised of wholesale owners of wholesale lumber companies and retail lumber companies. And we played at courses all over New England that the various members of the club played at. So, to answer any future questions, I no longer carry the handicap that I had many years ago. And a good golfer always is looking for additional strokes.
You golfers and your handicaps. All right. I am going to go quickly to our golfer, Mr. Shea.
Very good. Thank you, David. Well said. Yep. And again, the experience that you just mentioned and what you would provide in your citizen activity form, I think you set you up perfectly for this committee. And thank you very much for stepping forward. I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Dave, thanks for volunteering yet another time for the town. We appreciate your support. And again, sounds like you're perfectly positioned to help take the golf club into the next phase here of success. So
look forward to it.
Strongly support your nomination here. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Ms. Braccio.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for, as Sam said, once again, stepping forward. You actually got to see one of your new members for recreation get appointed tonight. So
welcome her aboard.
Yeah, I have no questions for you, Dave, other than to once again thank you. You're already on 2 committees, so I appreciate you taking the time and bringing your energy to the golf committee. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and finally, Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you, Dave, for applying for the golf committee. I think that your experience with rec will help with this golf committee. When we rewrote the charge last summer, one of the components that we made sure was in there was expanding on programming there. So I'm hoping your kind of rec background can help facilitate that. And I know we've had those discussions with Mr. Davis as well. So I'm excited to kind of close the loop on that. And I just want to let Marty know that I'm also a golfer. So I don't have a handicap. I just like to play, but I do play.
With a 3 handicap?
I just play. I'm not.
Well, thank you for letting me know that, Chelsea.
Okay. That's why you did that.
I'm just wondering if Mr. Shea knew that and was keeping quiet about it. So.
He probably didn't know that. So
I did not.
All right, Mr. Nixon, thank you very much. And I am going to move to appoint you to a term on the golf committee that extends to June 30th, 2021. But as with Mr. Schild, we expect that to extend well beyond that. That's my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Thanks very much, Mr. Nixon. Again, you're welcome. We've got one more, Mr. Dietz. You're welcome to lurk in the participant lobby and while we talk to him as well.
All right.
But otherwise, have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Marty, just for reference too, just so you know, so Mr. Nixon and Mr. Dietz both serve on the personnel board together. So,
okay.
Yeah, just so for reference.
Are there other personnel board members we could raid to join the golf committee? We're now 2 out of 5.
No offense to the personnel committee, but I think being on the golf committee is probably a lot more fun. But anyway, Mr. Dietz, how you doing?
Good. I'm not sure why the video is not coming up.
Well, we can hear you just fine. So I will.
You know what you look like, Jay.
Yeah, but you don't get to see my picture of Sawgrass behind me.
Again.
Oh, there we go.
All right. I'll give you a chance for, again, number one, thank you for be willing to serve on another committee. You heard our quick conversations with Mr. Schild and Mr. Nixon. If you want to give a quick, again, thumbnail of why you're interested and the like, that'd be great. And then we'll start off with Mr. Stivers after that.
Sure. Lived in town for 16 years. Raised 2 kids up here. Been golfing for 25 years-ish. When I was over at Staples corporate office, I ran their golf tournaments and golf league for a good 8 years. Did that at other biotech companies, running the league through there. Was on the, for the town of Southborough, the lacrosse board of directors for 5 or 6 years through there. Ran the basketball board, was on the basketball board for, I think, 8 years coming through. I handicapped an 11, if that helps you. Lowest round's a 76, so I'm getting there. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing golf for, like I said, it's like 25 years. So it's kind of run the tournaments before and been on different boards before, and I'm on the personnel board now as well. So.
All right, great. Was that was the girls lacrosse board you were on, correct?
Yeah, I was. I was actually on both.
Oh, okay. Because I was on the boys board for a long while.
Yeah, I was on I did the boys board for a long time, and then I was on the girls board with Bill Shakespeare for a while. Okay, that's when Amy was playing. So my daughter was on that, and then my son is on to basketball all the way through and lacrosse all the way through. So cool. So I've known Bob for a long time for the lacrosse side. All right, good stuff. All right, we're going to go to Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Thanks, Jay, for volunteering. You've heard some of the comments previously. I think the golf course is positioned to make substantial progress even off of the great year they had recently. Sounds like your programmatic experience with golf is a perfect fit here in terms of opening up opportunities for us. So I have no questions. I strongly support your nomination here. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sam. Ms. Braccio.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for stepping forward again for the town. Greatly appreciated. I think you'll be great on this committee. I look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Lisa and Chelsea.
Thanks, Jay. I echo what Ms. Braccio and Mr. Stivers said. I look forward to supporting you.
All right. And Mr. Shea, what is your handicap, by the way, Mr. Shea?
My handicap is my drive and the way that I spray it to the right. So I very much look forward to supporting you, Jay. Thanks for volunteering.
Thanks.
All right, with that, I will move that we appoint Jay Dietz to a term on the Southborough Golf Committee ending June 30, 2021.
Second.
Discussion on Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Jay, terrific. Again, thank you for stepping forward, and we're looking forward to continued great things from our nice little golf course out there on Route 85. All right, have a good evening, sir.
You too.
All right, is Mr. Ballantyne there? He is. goes by Brian B out in virtual land. Mr. Ballantyne. We are now on scheduled appointments B, Finance Director for FY22 budget update and the results of a fee review that was done, I think, at the behest of the advisory committee. Hey, Brian. There we go. How are you, Brian?
Good, you?
Well, thank you. All right. What's FY22 budget look like as we sit here on March 16th?
March 16th. So we're down to a 4.04 estimated tax increase. Since we last spoke, there's really been just a few minor adjustments. The fire department had to tweak a small line item, and the Algonquin debt has been finalized. So that went down about 20,000 on our assessment. And finally, lastly, the interface program for youth and family is now being funded through outside sources. So that's great news. And that took their budget down by $20,000. So that's where we stand now. And I think the next steps, of course, are, again, when the board chooses to meet with advisory. I know there's been some talk about that. And basically, most of the budgets are done now as far as being presented. There's some funding questions still of funding sources for the budget. We'll try to hone those down as time goes on, but it's getting, I think I mentioned last time, it's getting very, very narrower, and the things changing are, starting to be less and less because, most of the work's been done. So it's good news.
Well, yeah, you, Mark, and the department heads have done a nice job. I said before, we've got, over the next 3 weeks, we've got meetings with the department heads to review the warrant articles and with advisory. And it's going to be pretty embarrassing if after, 2 steady months of you guys driving the tax rate down, all of a sudden it starts going up when we get involved. So hopefully that will not be the case. Nice work, Lisa. Questions for Brian on the budget side of things?
Just one, Brian, I know, and I'm not putting you on the spot for anything specific, but do you foresee anything hanging out there that might bring this down a little bit lower? Or do you think we're kind of at the point that advisory and the Board of Selectmen need to pare it down further if they so choose?
The major thing probably is the way we fund capital, because we're still looking at possibly, recommending some leases. And we're not quite there to recommend it or not yet. But if we do, it could potentially take some of those capital items and break them up over years instead of, having them appropriated all at once. So that's probably the biggest thing. There could be some other minor stuff, but I think that's the biggest probably.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for all the work that the finance team has done getting us to this point. That's it, Marty. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Chelsea?
Thanks, Brian. Lisa actually took my question, so that's all I had for you tonight. Thank you.
Brian, thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Chelsea.
No other questions for me.
And Sam?
Thanks, Brian. I'll flip Lisa's around the other direction. Anything hanging out there that the state or others are still thinking about doing that might send our tax rate up some as they maybe cut back on funds that we thought we were going to get from them, or other uncertainties out there that could have a material impact on where we are now, or all those things nailed down? Like, for example, I think the schools seem to be pretty locked down at this point. But again, I don't know if there are other things that are potential out there that we couldn't have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the local aid part, if anything, we're at the floor, not where we're going to end up. If prior years are any indication. So I think we're safe there. I'm not sure we're going to, obviously last year, the state with local aid and all that, it was, one of the most unusual years I've seen because it was so late with the pandemic and everything. So I imagine this year they're going to be a little behind again, and understandably. with final numbers, but I don't see anything negatively impacting like you're asking them.
Okay. And I guess in the other direction a little bit, given the new stimulus package that most of us probably haven't gotten all the way through yet, there's a lot of opportunity and uncertainty there. And I realize we're not supposed to use that for operating budgets typically, but is there anything there that you and others in the finance team have looked at to say, wow, there may be an opportunity to have some relief from some of those things in ways that we can ultimately translate into the operating budget?
Yeah, that's pretty new, and we're actually trying to put our heads together actually, and we're actually meeting tomorrow, and we'll probably talk about that a little bit. But trying to brainstorm like ideas on how we can best use that money, because there's certain qualifiers for it, especially if we've lost revenue in town. So we're going to kind of brainstorm that and figure ways we've lost revenue, and try to make the most of that for certain. There's more to come on that.
Exactly. One of the things that I would urge you to keep your eye open for is that that's the kind of thing that there are legal and accounting firms out there in the world who actually have people who love to dig into that stuff at the line by line detail. And they typically will offer, white papers or whatever around those things. I've started to see some of those things come out already. So that may be a good source for suggestions about the fine points of what one can do and can't do with some of that money. So that, again, is something that's probably worth keeping an eye on. But only upside there. I mean, there's money, and if we can find ways to access it and use it, I think that's a positive thing. So thank you.
I think the good thing
definitely on our tickle list.
Yeah, I think the good thing about the money is that is that it's not all coming in one great big drop. They're looking at probably 90 days after the bill has been passed and everything has been set. We'll see the first 50%, the second 50% will come 12 months after that. But the money appears to be able to be used until 2024. So this is something that I think that needs, a certain level of planning, to make sure that we get the biggest benefit out of it, because, we really don't know how the economy is going to come out of this pandemic and how quickly it's going to recover. So I think it behooves us not to try to use it all at once to make things better now, and try and take a little bit of a longer view approach of this. But I do agree it does have some potential, and this is the first time that we've heard the backfilling of revenue being something that we're taking a look at. Where they had talked about this with the first COVID relief, but it never actually came to fruition, and now they're looking at it for this piece. So I think that's welcome news.
Brian and Mark, it sounds like from that little colloquy that, for instance, we, to the extent we could, whether it was on types of local taxes and the like, we at least tried to provide some relief, particularly for businesses in town. It sounds like we might be able to at least think about continuing to do that for the next couple of years as they try to get back on their feet. Am I hearing correctly your discussion about that?
I think that there may be avenues to continue to do that and help not only the town recover, but the businesses recover as well. So I want to see more detail, and again, the way that the federal government rolls it out, and then the way that the state actually applies it, is maybe have its nuances. I know that we hear from some advisory members or other people, I think Sam has reached out. Well, I've looked at the regulations and it says this. And then Carla says, but I'm talking with the person at the state who makes the decisions on what we do, how we do, and what we can spend it on. And they're saying we can only do this. So it's just, it's little nuances. It changes all the time. I'm hoping we get the rules of the road and we can keep them straight for the duration of the funding.
All right. With that, I'm going to move off of the budget update and have you, Brian. I'm not going to ask you to recap the nice summary that you did for us in the that we've got in our packets. Is there anything other than in the first page of it, the detail following it is great, but is there anything that you'd like to add beyond what's included in your summary? in that, I'm assuming it's your summary, in the first page of the materials provided on the fee side of things.
So the fee side of things, I think there was, and I'll make this quick, but there was a couple takeaways. One was that I'm kind of glad, or I was kind of happy to see a lot of the departments do actually look at their fees on a regular basis. Most of them, at least. I was kind of fearful that maybe there wouldn't have been that level of care, but that's a good thing. So I do also want to say, we presented this to advisory, and that they had at least some level of, I wouldn't say concern, but level of follow up with a couple of departments to make sure that they're where they should be. So I've reached out to. In particular, I think it was the fire department and the building department, just for them to take another look at their fees and see if, it's appropriate. It looks like, after I looked at it, it kind of looks like there might be some room for movement there. So more to come on that too, since I just reached out to them today.
Okay, and correct. This was my read of the materials you provided, again, except for a couple of instances, and it sounds like they're being addressed. For the most part, number one, either the fees are set by statute or reg that we don't have a whole lot of control of, or the departments have done a good job keeping abreast of what's going on in the state and the region generally, and we're generally in the sweet spot in terms of those fees. We're not outrageously high. We're not ridiculously low. We're charging fees that are similar to what our neighboring comparable communities are doing. Is that a generally a fair statement where we find ourselves?
For the most part, yes. Like I said, I think there's some outliers that we can maybe address, but and you're right that, like, my department, almost all my fees are set by statute. There's, literally there's nothing I can do, but yes, I would agree with that statement.
And the final thing, and I think I'm going to Chelsea next. In your touching base as a follow-up to this with some of the departments where the fees have been determined to be on the lower side, particularly, I'm hoping that the answer is no. But have you gotten any pushback to adjusting those fees upward?
Oh no, nothing yet. No, nope.
Okay, with that, Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Do we have a timeline on when we'll see a proposal specifically for fire and building so that we can approve those increases?
Yeah, I can't imagine it would be more than a couple weeks at most. I don't think it'll take long.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shea.
No further questions. Good explanation, Brian.
Mr. Stivers.
Thanks, Brian, for putting this together. It seems to me that it's interesting that we don't seem to be too far out of line for most of them. I think that's good news. Is it worth putting it together, at least an informal policy, to say that the goal is to be at least at the midpoint or in the middle of where surrounding towns are, if not slightly above, and that we should review this annually or at the least frequently every 2 years to make sure we're there. So put it into sort of a regular review cycle with the expectation that we will be, near the midpoint or slightly above surrounding towns for all of these fees. Should happen automatically, I would think, from a management standpoint. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, I certainly agree with your comment about probably semi-annually. We should kind of bake this into a regular process. If nothing else, it just, does a sanity check on everything. So I think we should absolutely do that.
That's it for me.
All set, Sam?
Yep, thank you.
All right, Ms. Braccio.
I thank you, Brian, for all the work you did in putting this together. I actually have a recreation question. Marty, is it appropriate? I know Tim is in the audience. Can we bring him over just to answer a quick question that I have?
We certainly can.
Thank you.
We get to see his guitars.
Always a plus, always a plus. Tim, are you there? You're muted if you are.
I know Tim is also, he's double screening. He's in the middle of a friends meeting. So.
Okay. Well, maybe then.
Not respond.
Okay. Well, then maybe I will ask the question and maybe it's an answer that we can get. So I noticed on the 9/11 turf field that, oh, there you are. Hi, Tim. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull you over from your other meeting. I just had a question I figured your expertise could answer probably relatively quickly.
All right. I just put my volume on. I'm actually double timing with another meeting. So if you could just repeat the question, I'd appreciate it.
I hadn't even asked it yet, so you're perfect timing.
All right.
So my question was, thank you very much for the report that you did on the fees, but I just had a question on 9/11, that the hourly rate is 85 and that was set in 2016, 2017.
Correct.
And I noticed that you said it won't be reevaluated until a full calendar year is executed. So my only concern is I know you've come to us prior and told us how things are vamping up and you've added softball teams, leagues and whatnot. And I'm just wondering if maybe this isn't an opportune time to actually look at the rates and see, because I would assume that there's going to be an increased need, you know, or people wanting to get out because they've been so cooped up for so long. And I just wondered your thoughts on that.
I think it's definitely, I mean, I think it's necessary 100%. You know, there is a study going on. I actually think it was completed and we're waiting to see it, of the state when it comes to, are we talking 9/11 specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So of turf rentals and turf fields in the state, kind of a survey of what the average seems to be what the average was for the certain classified users. So we're kind of waiting to see what comes back with that. We were on the higher side compared to all the other towns, based off of what I was seeing come through, because it was a shared document, a Google Doc, so I could see when people were putting everything through. But again, my reasoning for the calendar year, at least for my take, is I haven't been here yet that we've had successful seasons for a calendar year, just because so much stuff has been going on with Triple E and, you know, a small little pandemic. So, you know, things are taking a little longer to kind of come to a full picture for me. What I can say is where we're sitting today, you know, we're planning on a full spring season there. Just 9/11, and those permits have been finalized, you know, to the extent of what's been submitted so far. And so, you know, over the course of 2.5 months, we're bringing a hefty amount of money, probably about between 30 to 35,000 just for that season. So, you know, hopefully that continues, and hopefully we'll have the summer season that we anticipate, and hopefully we'll have the fall season that we anticipate. So the take for the year-round calendar year should be pretty significant. But again, I would just want to see how that shakes, for my own take, just how that shakes out. I know that some people do get kind of queasy when we do give them the hourly rate. So there are some groups that are deterred from it. So, you know, there's always a hesitation of raising it, but I understand, especially given the facility and the history of it and the plan of what we have to do in order to replace it down the line, that if we need to increase it, we can increase it. So, but it's kind of a work in progress, and we're definitely keeping an eye on it.
Okay, great. That was it. You answered my question completely. Thank you, Tim.
Cool.
Thank you, Marty.
All right, Lisa. Just very quickly and this isn't for you, Tim. You can go back to your other meeting. Is it? I mean, obviously, seeing all this information in one place is incredibly helpful. And I guess this is for you and Mark and maybe Vanessa as well. How easy or difficult would it be to simply have a sheet like that? We could even put it on the website of whatever, however we want to do it, calendar year or fiscal year, what the fees are across the board for the town of Southborough for all of these things. And so it's not a project that we have to engage in at the end of a fiscal year or at the end of a calendar year. They're just there. And when they're updated, you know, whether we update them or statute updates them or otherwise, then that's reflected in what we have on the website. It doesn't seem like it'd be that difficult, but maybe I'm being too simplistic.
No, I've actually thought of that, Marty, and I think it's a great idea. So I just didn't want to volunteer for the work too quick, but but yeah, no, it's a great idea. I think we should do that. I'll give you full credit.
No, I'm good at hearing other people's ideas and latching onto them. That's one of my gifts. So, all right.
Vanessa's chimed in the chat, says that it's fairly easy to do. We just need to pick a format and do it. So I think you piped up and she raised her hand, Brian, so you're out of it.
Hey, Brian, you should bargain for it, make it contingent on getting the new administrative hours, and you can do it. So.
There you go.
All right. Before we let Mr. Ballantyne go, is there anything else we need from him? Are you sticking around for some of the DPW stuff, Brian?
I'm listening to that. Yes.
Okay. All right. And do we have Karen? I know she had.
Looks like it.
Yes, you do. You've also got Chief Achilles in the audience as well.
Okay, so Karen will be in a second. Next up is Chief Achilles for our fire capital item.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Chief, are you Tom Durkin tonight? Oh, no, there you are.
Yeah. No, and we, if the chairman would allow, we did invite our newest firefighter, whose first day was actually today, Thomas Durkin, and we were hoping that maybe just give him a minute just to introduce himself. I know this is a little bit different through Zoom, but that way you can see our new firefighter and ask him a few questions. But more, though, is have him give a little brief overview of himself. So he's on, and if he can unmute, he could probably just introduce himself. That's okay.
All right, great idea, Chief Achilles. Mr. Durkin, congratulations and welcome. And I think the way Chief Achilles described it is perfectly. If you just give us a little bit of background and how you end up in Southborough.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Tom Durkin. I've been a call firefighter with Bolton Fire for about the last 4 years. And the fire service is something that has always been sort of a lofty goal. I've been an occupational therapist for the last 16 years, working in home care. And once I started doing call firefighting, I realized what an amazing fit it was. And I knew it was something I had to pursue full time. So Southborough is an incredible town. It's got an amazing reputation. The fire department's got an excellent reputation. And this is my first day today, and it's meeting all my expectations and going above. So very excited to be a part of the team.
All right, and I don't think there are any fires or emergencies today, Chief. So he started off well. It's a good sign.
Oh, we kept him busy for a little while.
Yeah. All right. I'll start off with you, Mr. Shea, for hello and anything else.
No questions. Tom, welcome aboard. It's very good to have you, and look forward to a very long and fruitful and healthy career here in town.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. I'll echo Mr. Shea's comments. Welcome, Tom, and we appreciate your stepping forward to work with us. It's a great department, as you suggested, and we appreciate your being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Braccio.
Just again, reiterate, welcome to town. We're thrilled to have you. It's a great department. Chief Achilles is a great leader, and I'm sure what you haven't learned, you'll certainly learn under him. So welcome.
Thank you very much.
And finally, Ms. Malinowski.
Welcome to the department. We're very excited to have you. And good luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Chief, good instinct having Mr. Durkin here. Mr. Durkin, thanks for carving us into your schedule, and go enjoy the rest of your night.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Take care.
All right. Not you, Chief.
Oh.
Good luck, Chief.
Good evening, everybody. I know I was on schedule to talk a little bit about the water tender or tanker, and I can be prepared to answer any questions. I did prep this a little bit by forwarding, I think it's in your packet, the overview of our project. It really was a snapshot of our grant application. So if you have any particular questions, I hope it addresses a lot of the areas that may have come up. So I'm willing to talk and answer any questions related to that.
Okay, why don't we start? Just because I'm having a little bit of difficulty, I've faded in and out twice. Hopefully it's fixed itself. But Mr. Stivers, I'm going to go to you first, just because I'm worried that I'm going to lose connection. I want to make sure it's stable before I start talking for any length of time.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Chief. As you know, I've been part of this conversation for a while here in various capacities. I'm certainly supportive of the need for the equipment. Curious, what do you think the chance of getting grant support for this is? And either way, is this something that I know advisory has been talking about leasing equipment as opposed to purchasing? Is that something that's on the table here that may affect the cash flow associated with it?
Well, I was on a conference call webinar with our FEMA region grant coordinators this past week. And I guess the good news is we should hear on these type of grants before June. So that's a good thing. So we'll have a good picture. We're hoping, and you were talking about earlier with the stimulus package, that some grants, especially the AFG, Assistance to Firefighter grants, received $100 million extra, but they don't know if it's going to be applied to this grant cycle or next. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think it's been discussed in length with the Capital Committee and Advisory that as we move forward, we need to move on this project. I would recommend earlier than later. I'll work with finance team if they choose to do it as a lease purchase or as a straight up purchase. I have no preference either way, as long as it doesn't impact, if it makes the budget a little bit easier, then I'm up for anything.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
I had reached out to the chief earlier. I had a question that he was kind enough to answer regarding what the process is as far as the number of quotes that we get to come up with the number. Chief, I'll let you respond to that. You gave a good answer, and I just had one other comment after that.
Yeah, typically, and this is true for any large capital purchase, we'll try to get estimates from the vendors. It'd be like you taking a big project on your home. Typically, you'll do estimates before you get a final quote, especially where there's a length of time between the approval and actually being able to move forward and enter into an agreement with somebody and developing the exact specifications and identifying all costs. So we won't get a true cost or quote till the money is approved and we enter into an agreement. But the good part is we got pretty strong estimates that were all in the ballpark of $400,000. And I continue to feel comfortable that could move the project forward. And that is the same amount that we requested in our grant. So I'm going to stick with that number, and I think we can stay at or below that number.
Okay, and then I just have a comment. So this item came to the Capital Committee late in the process, and Capital allotted a lot of time and a lot of discussion. The chief had given us some great information. I am in support of this and the reasons for needing it. But I would just ask, Chief, that if we're not awarded the grant, I hope that you'll continue, and I know you will, but continue to work with this item and the amount of this item with the Capital Committee to get the best estimate, because if I'm remembering correctly, it's not being funded until 2023. Is that?
I think what it is, and I asked Brian to weigh in, is that typically when we purchase a capital item such as this, or even the fire engine that we'll be getting, the first payment that hits the budget is typically within a year afterwards, not the first day. So I think Brian could probably answer that better, but I think that's how it would work. So it would impact, you wouldn't see a big bill up front. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, due to that, I missed part of it. Sorry, Chief, because it was reconnecting. But due to the length of time between the order and the equipment being delivered, there's a big lag. So we usually don't pay anything out until usually a year down the road. So that's correct.
Yeah, so again, just if we could work together, I mean, there might be another grant cycle in here that we could work through, but just continue to keep the channels of communication open with Capital, which I know you'll do. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Ms. Malinowski?
Yes. So thanks, Chief, for coming in. I absolutely support the need for this vehicle. I think that it benefits a lot of different areas in town for some of the reasons that you've presented to us. So I would just, be supportive of the need and, continue to work through the due diligence period on what the options are. And, hopefully the grant pulls through and, but if not, to just continue down that path. Thank you.
All right, Chelsea, thanks. Mr. Shea.
Thank you. And I also support the tender. Some questions that I had originally more dealt with the logistics of, personnel, when would this unit be, report to a fire on site? Would it present staffing issues with other fire equipment that would need to be brought to a site as well, and just making sure that we had staff on duty, adequate number of staff on duty to get all the equipment that we need to respond to a fire in the case of an emergency.
And Brian, I think I put that in the statement on effective operations and what you were provided.
Yep,
and
exactly.
For the public is, we're staffed at 5 and often we'll drop to 4, and that's just ensuring that we have proper staffing, but it is also reflective of the cost to operate in our overtime. So we have different models based on and where the call would be and what are the needs, what are the life safety risks. And we will have to weigh, normally right now, as we stand today, it could respond with one of the engines to some of the high risk areas. If there's a significant life safety risk, we may respond the ambulance instead and have the tender respond, much like we do the tower and the second engine now. I think I'll be working with my officers and again with that risk assessment product that we did to identify what's the best way to operate it based on the different staffing models we have. But I'll give an example. The other night, we had a fire that was reported off of Southville Road, but ended up being in the town of Hopkinton, where Westboro came also at the Southborough Rod and Gun Club. And it's in an off hydrant area. We could have used that piece of apparatus to support our operations as it was. Hopkinton responded theirs. And that gave us a good opportunity, like how would we deploy that? And I think we have a good model to make sure that it's utilized properly, depending on the needs and again, the risk that we're seeing at the time.
Okay. And just one other question, with the volume of water that this would carry, do you have a sense for how much time that provides for fire prevention, compared with the total length of time that water may be required? I can certainly understand that may depend, obviously, on the severity of the fire, but if you could just speak to that.
Yeah, and again, that was included where we, typically when we pull a hose line off at a fire, it's operating at anywhere between 150 and 200 gallons a minute. And this is for your algebra problem, and school is, we carry 1,000 gallons on the fire engine. So takes about 5 minutes of continuous water flow. And most of our fires, we don't have to do that. We apply it over time. But even if we were using 200 gallons a minute, we have 5 minutes with the first engine, and then with the tanker, we want a minimum of 2,000 gallons on that. So that would provide another 2,000 gallons or another 10 minutes. So we would have potentially 15 minutes of uninterrupted water supply. And this is that dance where we would work with our mutual aid partners. We're going to get them on the road and respond earlier, which we're working on now anyway. And we're hoping that within that 15 minutes, we have been able to establish another water supply or have other tenders coming in from mutual aid. And the closest one right now is Hopkinton. So they have about a 20 to 25-minute response time. But if we can get them on the road when we go out, I think the times will just line up, and we hope to have uninterrupted water supply if all goes well.
Thank you.
You all set, Brian?
Yes, I am.
All right. Chief, just very quickly, I think 3 things. Number one, you're 85% town covered without this vehicle and the 15% with the vehicle. Do you have a level of confidence that this is, and I hear everything you described. I mean, I mean, obviously for that 15% now, a lot of the time what we're relying on for the first water to get there is a town other than Southborough.
Correct.
Okay. And hopefully this changes that. You know, if somebody's able to get there faster than us, well, that's great. But at least Southborough will have the capability to be the first or an early truck on scene with a water supply for that 15% of the area in Southborough.
That's correct.
Okay. Number 2, assuming everything went swimmingly in terms of funding and the like, what is the timetable for essentially it's not boots on the ground, what is it, wheels on the ground for the truck to be out there and operating?
The good thing is these aren't as complicated to build as a pumper because it's not as robust. It's pretty much a pump, a tank, and that's it, and a chassis. And we also will be looking to get a commercial chassis, so those are they get them off the lot. They don't have to build them from scratch. So we're optimistic, especially with the economy and kind of moving out of COVID, that the manufacturers either will have these in stock, which we could maybe leverage that and get it at less money and get that earlier. Or, unfortunately, if there's a larger demand because all the other fire departments in the country are starting to get funding, it could be 6 to 8 months, and that would be the concern. Is the farther we put it off, you got to add 8 or 9 months afterwards normally for when it gets boots on the ground. So I think that's why Capital and Advisor, especially Capital, realized it was a project to try to put forward now so that we're not a year or 2 or 3 from now going, geez, I wish we had this.
Okay. And the third thing was, I'm assuming this is, again, a pretty simplistic connecting A and B, but obviously this enhances our ability to provide local aid to other communities as well.
That's a big part. Is we would be part of a network. Like I said, we would have been helping Hopkinton out the other night. And I think that's important that we help our mutual aid partners out as well as they help us out. So it leverages another tool for us for the bigger picture in our communities.
All right. Well, I don't think you heard any dissenting notes, Chief, in terms of the approach you, Capital, have taken here. And I think I speak for the board when I tell you we're very supportive of that approach. And again, ideally the grant comes through. That would be best news scenario.
Well, I appreciate it. If there's any other questions, please reach out. That kind of thing that I sent out for your package, we're hoping that we'll provide that to the public also so that they have an understanding, and we'll post that on our Facebook page. And if it gets to town meeting, we'll make sure that's available so the public understands and has all the information that you had.
Great. All right. We all set to let the Chief go? All right, Chief. Thanks very much as always. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Everybody be safe.
All right. We're going to bring over Ms. Galligan, and as we move into item D on our scheduled appointments. And let me ask Karen a couple of questions first, because I know that sounds like she might have had a tough day. Hey, Karen, hello. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Karen, my understanding is you had kind of a tough day with an emergency.
Yeah, a little bit. So I'm not quite as prepared as I'd like to be, but I think I'm okay.
All right. Well, my question was going to be: are there one or two things? But believe me, I think we're meeting every day from now until April 20th, or so it seems. We've got a lot of meetings coming up. This is a lot of material. Are there some items that you are not as prepared as you'd like to be for tonight? And we can put them on for another meeting. I just don't want to put you in a difficult position. These are important things, and appreciate the fact that you're here, appreciate the fact that you're as prepared as possible. But are there some things that you'd be more comfortable pushing off to, we're meeting next week, we're definitely meeting on April 6th. So, and don't feel obliged to follow that suggestion, but also don't feel obliged to say, boy, that'd be great if I could put those off. Your call.
I think I'd like to at least see what comes up that I might need to delve into deeper, if anything else.
Okay.
Hopefully, I think a few of the things might be able to tick off really fast.
Okay. Well, let's get, but again, don't be bashful about bringing it up. We want to get it right, and again, appreciate the fact that whatever you had to juggle, you're here and available for us. So I think, Karen, if I'm looking at this, it seems to me that item 1, the surplus designation, item 3, the award of the grounds bid, item 4, the water rates recommendation. Actually, I suspect there may be some discussion about that.
I think so.
And then item, what is that? 8, if I'm reading my Roman numerals right, the update on the shared streets project, the award of bid. Other members of the board, you tell me, putting aside the water rate recommendation, are there going to be questions on either items 1, 3, or 8, or can we get rid of those with a sort of omnibus vote on all 3 of them?
I would like to talk about number 8.
Okay. All right. So then it'd be 1 and 3, the award of the grounds bid and the surplus designation. Are there going to be questions about any of those? No. All right. So I'll move that we approve the requested surplus designation of the DPW pickup truck, and we award the grounds bid as recommended by Ms. Gallagher.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. Discussion, none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Mrs. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. All right, Karen, 2 down. So let's start on the CSX Main Street project. That might be pretty quick as well. Is there an update on that in terms of the paperwork and the like that needs to be done?
I did get a quote from Bergman, who is CSX's engineer, and I just need to have, it's another $44,000 for their engineering design that they have to design at least sidewalks, pedestrian crossing. We have that, we paid the first piece of that out of Chapter 90 that's designated for the Main Street project. And we would do that again if Mark needs authorization to sign that from you.
Okay. And so walk me through that, assuming that gets done, what happens next?
So then they'll work on the design for the crossing. They'll come back with a set of specs that they want either put into the contract or that they'll bid separately, because it's their contractor who does it. And then they'll tell us what we need to put in our plans as part of, and then we'll get the easement in place.
Okay, and what that will do is that will give us information about what the bottom line number will be
yes.
for that work.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And what generally, what do you think the timetable is for getting to the stage of having that information? if you're, I know it's a little bit speculative, but if you have a best guesstimate of when that might be.
I think we should end up with something by May.
Okay.
Probably middle of May, but May.
Okay. All right, questions? Any update? Again, I'm assuming that's kind of a linchpin for going forward.
Yes, but actually, if you can vote that, and then I have a question for you.
Okay, so what do you need from us?
Just for you to, I guess you need to get authorize Mark to sign that for the board.
Actually, I think Mark, that you have that authority. Do you? I suppose we could take it away from you, but I'm fine with your review of that and authorization for that. Or do we have to vote that?
So normally, if the board approves a document, approves something in that, then I have the authorization to sign it after that. So that's normally how it works.
So what is the actual document then that we're approving, Karen?
It's an agreement. It's like an engineering agreement for the work. So we had one similar to that. That I guess I should have sent this one around to review, but it's the same one except with a different amount of money that we've already had.
We don't have it right now, though.
No, you don't. I can send that along if you want, and you can vote another day if you want.
If that happens next Tuesday, is that a big deal in terms of timing?
Yes.
That's fine. Okay.
Yes.
All right. We'll just have the document next Tuesday, and we can act then. And once we approve that document, then the authorization passes to Mark.
Marty, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to go around before we move off this topic.
Oh yeah, no. I'm definitely going to do it by topic by topic.
Wait.
So I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so just Karen, just to be clear, so the 44,000 in the engineering is coming out of Chapter 90 money, correct?
Yes.
Is that money that's set aside for Main Street, and is that going to put us at a deficit potentially down the line?
It won't put us at a deficit, but it is designated already for Main Street. It's part of that global Main Street Chapter 90 we have assigned.
Okay, so we won't have a problem.
We should.
Okay, thank you. That's
all right. Just any other questions on that with the idea that we'll have it? Yeah, Sam, go ahead.
A quick question, Karen, just so I understand, this is for the engineering that's going to provide a pedestrian-friendly crossing there with a gate with a paddle that comes down and protects people. So we wind up with all of this with a sidewalk that is safe for pedestrians and crossing that's safe for pedestrians that CSX is approving, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay.
And maybe with any luck, they'll look at it and say, geez, for twice a week, maybe we don't need the gate, but we won't know that until they look at it and design it.
Good.
Yeah, Karen, just what I will say on that is when we get to the point of getting of what you described, and that's sometime in May, whether it's me or Mr. Purple or a successor chair, I think it probably makes sense to at least make a run at CSX about exactly what you said in terms of the timing, the limited number of trips and the like, and whether or not there are expenditures that really don't increase the safety, but do dramatically, particularly increase the expense. So just keep that in the front of our minds for down the road. Chelsea?
Yeah, so this is the train that runs like across through Main Street, right? It runs twice a day.
Okay.
Twice a day, yeah. I mean, I hear it.
I can tell you, I live 2.5 blocks from there. I can tell you, my dog can tell you exactly when that train runs.
Yeah, so it is more frequent, I think. And well, I know it is because I hear it. But is the 44,000 was not an anticipated cost to come out of Chapter 90 though, right?
It was anticipated. We knew we were going to have to pay Bergman something for this. So it's included. It is part of that 585 or 500, 300, the crossing cost.
Okay.
So, and if they don't spend it all, they only bill you what they spend. The one issue is that it, basically the money for downtown and that whole project. It's a group of money for a group of different things, and we'll allocate it as it's needed. So something else might come out of road maintenance, but it's all allocated in there, or will be.
Okay, so do you know how you're going to pay for the actual work for the crossings, or will we not know that until we get a bid?
The intention right now is that we'll use the road maintenance money. We have about 500 and a little right now, and then we'll have another 300,000 at town meeting. So we should be able to cover anything that comes up for that, because the high side I heard was 550 for the whole thing, or 580.
So is this going to impact your ability to use road maintenance for what you thought you were going to use road maintenance for next year, or were you anticipating using road maintenance for FY22 for this?
I ended up once we it's like such a global picture of what we're talking about right now, but I believe that the road maintenance that we get this year some of it will be able to be saved, but some of it we probably will end up using on other projects that are in process, or in the queue, which is really one big project, if that makes sense.
So when you work on, or when you've worked on whether the 325 is the right number for that article every year, do we need to revisit whether the 325 is going to work for FY22 and then subsequent years? I just want to make sure we have enough built into that article. And maybe that's not an answer for tonight, Karen. Maybe you don't have to answer it tonight, but at least if we can follow up with that before we move forward with this.
Nope, that would be great. I think Marty has
Karen, because she knows that one of the other items on there is item 7 is an update and discussion about our Chapter 90 planning. Okay. And I'm fine lapsing into that right now. Because the reason I put that on there is because, I mean, I and I think maybe some others have had discussions with Karen about this very subject. And it is frustrating to me that, we live in New England, our roads take a beating, and we are going from year to year, with the vagaries of sort of immediate needs and projects and the like. And we're really trying to balance at least two things, which is, sort of longer term infrastructure projects that the town really needs. At our forum, it's hard to get unanimity in Southborough, but boy, oh boy, does there seem to be unanimity that the infrastructure and that extension of where the Main Street project currently ends needs to be addressed. So, and there are other projects as well. And on the other hand, we've got annual road maintenance. And so as a preliminary talking point and for us to think about, and it's Brian still lurking out there. I talked briefly with Mark about this, is to think about, and quick sidebar, what is happening on the federal level with, sort of, in my mind, remarkable amounts of money that are being directed already towards cities and towns, including Southborough, and in the offing a large infrastructure bill, whether it makes sense to be a bit more creative and 5-year planning-ish for addressing our road needs. And for instance, thinking about, does it make sense for Southborough to have, a 3-year or a 5-year or a 7-year, whatever the number is, plan and do some sort of bonding, so that we're not saying what's happening with Chapter 90 this year and how many different places do we need to put it. Instead, say, what are we going to need for the next 3 years, for the next 5 years, for the next 7 years? If we go a bonding route or something else, I'm not wedded to that notion, but if we go a bonding route, what would the cost be? How much more quickly would we be able to address our needs? And maybe how much less expensive would it be, particularly given the current state of interest rates. So that's why that item is on there, exactly what you've highlighted with your questions, Chelsea, which we got Peter and Paul at least and we're trying to satisfy both of them, and it is becoming an increasingly difficult, dance on the head of a pin. So that was the reason that other item is. That's why your questions were a good lead in, and I saw Mr. Shea's hand was up.
Scratching.
Did I not see that, Brian?
No, that was not up for a question. No.
Okay. So that was my thought for putting it on there. That is, and again, for a talking point, and I guess so, does it need to be reaction? I intend to, working with Mark and Brian and Karen to come up with, a more concrete talking point and what sort of proposal it might lead to. But I wanted to get folks' reaction to it. That's why I put it on the agenda for tonight and see if that's the sort of thing that at least conceptually makes sense.
Marty, I don't know.
Lisa.
So I think it's great. And I think it's a great avenue to pursue. I think, as you said, once this infrastructure money comes into play, and if any of this is going to be put out to bid, I think we're going to be behind the 8 ball if we wait and not have a plan, because everybody at the same time is going to get money and want to do stuff. So I think this is great. Again, this comes down to shovel ready almost. So I think this is a great avenue to pursue and see where it goes. So kudos to you.
Yeah, Mark.
Just to jump off of Lisa's point, remember the board, did have some forethought on some of these shovel-ready projects, and you granted, Karen the ability to use a couple $100,000 in Chapter 90 money to get some projects shovel-ready, so that when this some of this infrastructure money comes down the line, we're ready. And especially some of the things that we're seeing with this infrastructure money is that water and sewer is going to be one of those things. So hopefully, we can be ready on that. I think a multi-year bond, or a bond for multi-year projects, makes sense. One of the suggestions, and I'm not trying to jump more subjects, I know you're trying to, jump through them, but when you get to complete streets and you take a look at the priority list, and that's intended to be for 5 years, one of the things that I asked Karen is to start taking a look at the complete streets list and trying to say, okay, just let's segregate the list a little bit and say, these 2 projects we can do in 1 year, these 3 in another year. This big project is big enough, it's a 1-year project. And then we can try to see and take a look at funding schedules as to what the cost would be if we did, a 3-year bond and included these groupings and things like that. And so that we can have a little bit of plug and play to look at those options. Because I think in the initial conversations with Brian and Karen, it does make some sense.
Okay, so that's why that item was on there. That's why your questions, Chelsea, led into it perfectly. So unless there's other way in, that's to be continued, but it's at least an idea that we're in the relatively early stages of exploring. Yeah, Sam?
Marty? I think this is a very interesting issue. I think what you're focused on appropriately is how you finance this. I think there's an operational aspect to this as well. And I passed this along to Karen previously, but there are towns, I think it's Lexington, that uses an town-wide pavement management system that assesses the condition of every road inch of pavement and thinks about it as a whole. And what you wind up with is a model that says we've got a varying degree of fixes, from light seal coating all the way down to milling and replacing from a foundation level. And the goal is to increase the maximum amount, the overall pavement quality index that engineers can measure. And you can do a mathematical model of that. Lexington saves several $100,000 a year by doing that, by doing such things as not fixing the one road that is in terrible shape, but spending that money on keeping 98% of the roads that are in better shape and can be preserved longer for spending those dollars. And a lot of towns are doing that approach. I think that's something that's worth considering in terms of focusing on the total spend, in addition to how you finance it. I think you can control both dimensions. So I would hope we would look at both of those as we look forward. And there's a pretty long track record out there in the world for people doing that successfully. So maybe it's worth paying some attention to that side of the problem as well.
Right. So Karen, on the CSX downtown issue, you're going to be back to us maybe in May to give us some updates, but by next week, we're going to have a document so we can get the authorization flowing.
Yes, I can email that to Mark when I have back to my computer, control of my computer. So the question I had about, it kind of rolls into a couple other things. So as we're talking about chapter 90, so I had sent Vanessa a thing. I don't know if you guys want to see it, but how our money currently is allocated towards the downtown project, which includes streets, sidewalks on Newton Street, sidewalks on Corderville Road, sidewalks on Marlborough Road. I also, because we want to, and so I have kind of three things that run together right here. And I don't know how if you can just bear with me for a minute. Mark's going to give me the evil eye in a second because I do this too much. So we have the St. Mark's Street intersection, the shared spaces grant. That and the chapter 90 thing that I need to talk about in the downtown are all kind of interrelated. I don't know how you want me to, do you want me just to explain how they're interrelated?
Well, I mean, the way they're related is they all, again, it goes back to the whole Peter, Paul, and others, because there are buckets of Chapter 90 work that are pleading for money, and not all of them can be funded without us giving up our normal road maintenance capability for a significant amount of time.
Yes, but okay, so, well, my first question, I'll just go, this one's just about CSX. So we're moving forward that we're doing this project downtown. We had promised everybody we were going to do this project when the regular part of Main Street ended. We couldn't do it all together. We couldn't get that piece on the tip. But there's also work about having a sewer out there and ripping the whole thing that we just put up in a sewer. We're going to have an opportunity with CSX to actually, they're replacing their track. So we're going to have an opportunity for basically open trench to put our pipes in. Do you have any idea? I mean, do we still want to, do we want to hold temporarily until you know for sure what's going on with downtown? I hate to do a project and spend, $2.5 million of the town's money, even whether it's chapter 90 or town, I don't care how it comes across, to then rip it up. So I'm trying to find out, every time I see that, I get a little bit of a pit in my stomach that, how do we want to handle this?
I think the other, just to provide some color to that, I think the bigger issue is that with the CSX crossing, we're actually going to have an ability to have an opening under the tracks. And if there is the thought about, putting sewer in, or the possibility of sewer coming to downtown one day, it may be worth us engineering, a couple of sections of pipe, or putting in a dry 10-inch line, 2-3 sections to get you under the tracks out of the crossing. And that way that does not become an issue at some point in the future. But Karen has talked to me about this, and just trying to be a little forward thinking so that we're not asking for another CSX favor, an easement to get back under the tracks at some point in the future.
Marty, can I ask Mark a question on that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Lisa.
So where are we at, Mark, then in the feasibility study that's being done for wastewater, which I think would answer part of what you're asking? I know we signed off at our last meeting on the RFP. So do you know, or?
I would defer to Miss Reynolds, who is,
she's here.
He is in the audience, and like I said, I could try and give you an answer, but I know I couldn't give you the answer she can. So
okay, well, I just don't know if that plays into the discussion that we're having, and if it's premature to be having that discussion when we don't know what the study is going to come back with. So.
Yeah, I mean, it may be premature. The problem is that, like I said, if we have an opportunity and blessing from CSX to get under the tracks, to do other work that we have to do for the crossing, let's try and take care of everything potentially all at once so that we don't have to go back under them again.
Okay, Marty, is it okay if Claire speaks to where we're at? Thank you.
She's muted right now.
There. So Weston and Sampson will be ready in April to move ahead with studying this. Now, don't forget, it's only a feasibility study. So, and one of the things was it's under $10,000. So, but it's a start. So what they can do is look at the different possibilities with the land that's available and look at what are the options. There is still money left in the grant that then could go on to the next step from there, which would be based on looking at the available properties if the zoning gets passed. And folks, that's something that you really have to think about, because if the zoning doesn't get passed, then what you really need to do is take a look at, does it make sense to go ahead with these feasibility studies if you're not going to be able to build anything there? That's a different issue. But right now, the money is there, and Weston and Sampson is certainly capable of doing that. There's also, which will be discussed later on, from the one-stop grant program. There are all kinds of different agencies that have that we could look at for funding after the money from this grant, so to speak, gets used.
Okay, thank you, Claire.
Mm-hmm.
And Claire, while you're on, and I guess this is for Karen and Claire. So it sounds to me, Karen, that your, or a primary concern that you have is that the extensive work is done on Main Street for paving, for the tracks, for safety and disability access in terms of the sidewalks, et cetera. And then at some point in the relatively near term, there is the ability to do something from a wastewater standpoint, and all of a sudden all of that work is ripped up. That's the concern.
Yes.
All right. Now, Claire, first of all, Claire, I apologize. Claire sent me a nasty email while we were meeting about the fact that I hadn't returned the phone call to her.
Yeah, that's okay.
Claire, I apologize.
Okay,
I thought it had been taken care of indirectly by a third party, but I will not make that mistake again.
No problem.
All right. Now, hopefully you're going to be nice to me.
I will.
Is the feasibility study going to, or could it address exactly what Ms. Galligan is concerned about? In other words, it's always possible to anticipate in terms of piping and work and the like, something that might happen in the future. Is that something that the feasibility study could touch upon? In other words, what would need to be done if, while we don't have the financial or otherwise wherewithal to do a significant wastewater project yet, if in fact in a relatively short or medium term we did, this is what you would do as part of the work you're about to engage in on Main Street to make it so that you didn't have to rip up the street,
right,
if that eventuality happened.
Okay, so you guys all know I'm not an engineer. However, Paul Pazinski has been absolutely wonderful to work with. And one of the things that we had talked about is, in the process of ripping up the downtown Main Street section, that a sleeve, for lack of another term, and Brian, help me out here.
Yeah, I see you nodding over there, Brian, and I assume that's a good thing.
Okay, yeah. So in other words, it would be, a pipe or whatever. The same thing that they did with Face School when they were doing the Main Street project. They put it's a pipe, so that if they need to get stuff, for lack of another term, from one side of the street to the other side of the street, it's going through this sleeve or pipe, which has already been put underneath the ground. Therefore, you don't run into that problem of having to dig up the street, which I kind of understood you couldn't do for 3 years anyway.
there's a difference between digging up the track and digging up the street. So we would want to put something on the track. We have to get permission and everything for that. I'm assuming it's going to be a force main, so the pipe, we could have a fairly large diameter pipe that you could sleeve something else through, and the pitch might not matter. But now you've still got services, and you still have the pipe in the main part of the road, and we wouldn't have any kind of design size, and to put a sleeve in for that length doesn't really make a lot of sense.
So cutting to the quick though, Claire, is that something that you anticipate the feasibility study addressing?
It can be put in there when, it still needs to be, if you look at the specs that were put in there, it's kind of an overall picture for Weston and Sampson. It's only $10,000. So for them to come in and take a look at, really, we're talking about 5 or 6 acres that you have where you could actually develop something. So here are the possibilities. What are your recommendations on that? And that's what would either be covered, or they would say, well, okay, for $10,000, this is as far as we can go. But for another 5 or 10, we can go and start taking a look at that more in depth.
So we don't know that yet, in other words. We don't know if the $10,000 would cover that.
Right, because the $10,000 is going to cover what's already been put into the specs, so to speak.
Okay.
Marty, can I ask Karen a question?
Yeah.
So if we did move forward while the road is dug up and put some type of piping, I mean, what would the cost be, Karen? And just, again, I'm not putting you on the spot, just a roundabout. I mean, in trying to weigh, depending on what a feasibility study may say, do we want to make the investment? I mean, it's potentially an investment for the future. I get that, but I'm just trying to figure out what it might be to put just enough piping to go under the track, and your thoughts.
So just under the track probably wouldn't be a big deal. Okay. It's if we had to do everything to try to figure out, and then we can only go to the pizza shop anyway.
Yeah.
But I can get a number for that, like what it is just to put in. I would assume you could put in like a 6-inch, the schedule 40, right? Brian, help me out with that. Right? I don't know. Like I don't know how much.
So this is the challenge. So for the money that we're investing in the feasibility study, Weston and Sampson is not going to come back and say, you need an 8-inch diameter pipe at this elevation on this side of the track, this elevation on the other side of the track, located exactly here. They're just not going to, it's not going to be that refined. If you're ever going to do, if you don't do something now and you have to do something in the future, I'm positive CSX is going to make you do a jacking operation to get under there. And they're not going to let you dig up that whole set of tracks again. So a jacking is going to be a very expensive operation. If nothing else, we would potentially have the opportunity now to put in an oversized sleeve, like maybe a 30-inch, and I'm just making these numbers up, a 36-inch pipe that would allow you to put in the future a gravity pipe, because we don't know right now, does the pipe need to slope east? Does it need to slope west? Which direction is going to flow? Grades and slope are critical in a sewer as well as a drain. They need to have a designed pitch one way or the other. And then you need to look at how long it's going to be. Does it need to extend the full length of the CSX right of way? That's what, 66 feet, as I recall, 33 feet on each side of the tracks. Would you put in something that long? Could you get away with something shorter, knowing that you would still need to go back to them for an easement to, do a little bit of excavation to where the ends of that sleeve are? But that excavation operation doesn't impact the tracks as well, so they can still run trains while that work is going. So maybe if anything, we'll get a sense, if it's feasible, order of magnitude, what size pipes do we have? Would it make sense to put in a sleeve this size so we could put in an 8 or a 10-inch gravity sewer plus a 4 or 6-inch force main in the future to accommodate this?
So Brian, you would view this as what's the word I'm looking for? Basically for the future. I mean, we don't know 10 years, we don't know 5 years, we don't know 15 years where we're going to go. So this you would view as more so as an investment in what could potentially happen in the future, and it makes sense to do it now.
Correct. You know, and it's a type of thing, if you're already digging up the tracks, if that work is already going to be happening to do a drain pipe and all that, the cost really is, all right, what's the material cost for whatever sleeve you come up with, and how many crew days do you need to price out to do it? You know, is it, if it's 2 or 3 days for the crew to do it, then, you know, maybe you're looking at a, you know, a $30,000 investment to do it. But, you know, a future jacking operation would be orders of magnitude that cost.
Okay. No, Brian, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sounds like good insurance to me.
Okay, so we've got a feasibility study and we've got an engineering study that are going to intersect sometime in May. That'll give us some more information about all this.
So I'm going to then have to just talk to the engineers to make sure that we at least get them in the idea that they're going to give us a sewer easement also, because they're giving us a water easement, you know, gas has one. So we just need to make sure they know that. So we'll add that into what we're working with them on, and good to know. So, so that leads me.
Sorry, those other utilities, you know, I'll follow up with you on that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Keep going.
So that kind of goes into a little bit onto the shared streets. Do you mind taking that out of order a little bit?
Well, let me just see where we are. So we're done with CSX. Is there anything else that? Okay, so we're moved past that, and you want to go stop where next, Karen?
The shared streets grant and that intersection.
Okay, go ahead.
So we ended up bidding that on Thursday. Bids came in high, higher than the value of the work. I think it's partly because there's a really tight timeline. So we did have some discussions about this. What I'm recommending, hopefully, we don't award the contract. We rebid the contract. I will. Mark had reached out to our representative Dykma, and she to see if there's any way we could, if we rebid, because that's gonna, with the bid laws, right? That takes you a little bit extra, so we wouldn't be able to award until sometime in April. And it's supposed to be done by May 31st. Whatever's related to that grant. So we can ask for. He did find out that we can ask for a bit of an extension. So what I want to do is I want to break out just the park piece, because that's the piece that that has the problem with the timeline, and then part of the downtown Main Street, and this is why it all comes in together. The downtown Main Street includes sidewalk already up Marlborough Road. It went to the old St. Mark's intersection. So now we want to bring the sidewalks past that and bring them up further up to what St. Mark's calls their West Campus. So we get that piece done also. And then we can move the intersection. So we put a little bit more money into the downtown project from Chapter 90 and put the Newton Street sidewalk into Chapter 90 into the downtown. So that all becomes one big project, which it already was partially. Newton Street we haven't allocated to that yet. But then that way, a little bit of the road work gets done with the grant money, or with that grant project, because the grading has to happen to make that park work. But my thought was we now that I have a little more control, because it's not quite such a fast track, and we have a starting point that I can now tear apart and kind of hone in on, we make that project just for the park, keep it at, like, you know, is under 400,000 if we can. So we get 290, and then we take 110, which is going to kind of handle some of the regrading and stuff, the road, out of either road maintenance or Chapter 90. And then that can be done by June, the end of June, at which point maybe we're able to bid Main Street, maybe we're not, depending on what's happening with the sewers. But then that can include all that, and that whole project still gets done. It just gets done as two separate pieces, and economy of scale is going to actually help us. And without having that speed, the time crunch on it, I think we'll be able to actually get better pricing, and we can get a reasonable project. I mean, it's a lot of sidewalk. It's actually a good little project. So I wanted to just have be able to go and get more Chapter 9, put another $800,000 into the downtown / Newton Street, and the and then that piece of Marlborough Road. And then it also does a Deerfoot's already included in that that money, because the Deerfoot Flag intersection is part of that project because it was all coming together at the same time. So that I can put that forward. I just need you to give permission to Mark, who's giving me a look, for Mark to be able to sign that.
Okay, I think I follow all that. Mark, you want to weigh in real quick, or are you all set?
No, I think I followed that too, because we talked that through quite a bit. I did reach out to Representative Dykema. She did say that she had preliminary conversations with MassDOT, and they felt that an extension to June 30th. I don't know if that's a hard deadline, but that MassDOT would probably be very willing to do that. We just need to send in a letter requesting that, and there shouldn't be an issue with that getting approved. It doesn't the current bid, the way that Karen put it out, you know, we lose the economy of scale on the project, and we also it's going to cost us a lot more than the $290 to do get the value of the work, and that's what I expressed to Representative Dykema. So I like her approach on doing this, and I think that by combining work into these other projects, you know, we will get much better pricing on those other pieces.
All right, so what Karen, and I'll go around and see if there's any questions, but Karen, what you're asking us for tonight, or telling us tonight, is that you intend to, the first thing you're going to do is to rebid the project with a focus on building the park.
Correct.
Okay. And that is the thing, because it's driven by the $290,000 grant. That is the thing that right now has an end of May deadline, or whatever the date was in May. But based on communications with Representative Dykema's office, might extend out to at least the end of June, which hopefully gives us more flexibility, gives us the ability to bid on the narrower focus of the work, and saves for another day that more global project you're talking about, that presumably gets a better price for sidewalk work throughout the Main Street project up to some parts of 85 and otherwise. But that's not something we have to commit to tonight.
No, you don't. Well, especially if we end up delaying it a little because of CSX. But that was just something I would like to put the Chapter 90 request in to the state to approve. But you have to vote that to do that.
Okay.
So if you need more information to vote that, I can get you that, obviously.
Well, I'm not sure if we need more information. We may, but I think we want to think about that tonight. Again, that's a lot. That's a big chunk of information. Let me start, Brian, with you. See if you have any follow-up or questions.
I agree with that approach.
Okay, Sam.
Thanks. I agree with the concept, but I'm not as quick as you guys. I'm not sure I follow the money here. So idea sounds sensible, but Karen, where do we wind up relative to how does this affect Chapter 90 money for road maintenance? Is this going to make us any more short for that than we would have been had we gone ahead with the plan as it currently proposed?
It'll actually give us more money. So we were going to have to take, and because of the fast track, we weren't able to kind of really hone the project, or I wasn't able to. They honed it, but it higher expense than I expected. So we were looking at needing to put like $1 million in, and it was getting us, that was without the added sidewalk. So the sidewalk was only going up to the intersection, and the remaining was additional. And then the 290 was obviously in there. What I'm trying to do is change the project so that the project is less than 400,000. 290s we're still getting. Then we only have the 110 that we'll have to put in, but that will really go towards some road work that we need to build that park, but also to move the intersection.
Okay, so, but I'm still a little confused because I didn't remember that we were going to have to put $1 million into the
right. That's what I'm saying. When we knew we were going to have to put some money in to start. Yeah. And what happened is as the project turned into, it was a good project, but because it was still fairly small and the timeline was so squished, it became $1 million. We weren't expecting it to be $1 million. Okay,
that's what I was trying to clarify because I didn't know that it was going to be $1 million. So that's come
No, I did not either. When I first heard that, I was like, but it was out to bid. And I was like, it can't be because it was such a fast track. The engineers were just and I was like, what's the quote? What's the quote? And or what's the estimate? And when they finally did it, they're like, oh,
that's what was confusing me then. So so it sounds reasonable to me, and certainly a better solution than spending an extra $1 million or whatever.
Lisa?
Karen, so on the original project that we had looked at prior, what had you allotted out of Chapter 90 money for that?
So I hadn't allotted anything. I wasn't sure where we were going to be at all because it was such a fast track design. I thought we would probably be under $400,000 for the work that related to the park itself. And then I thought maybe 500,000 for the entire intersection, and then sidewalks would be a little extra. I was way off.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
So Kelsey, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Karen, do you have a schedule for this? Because I'm still not exactly clear on all the components that are funding each piece. So do you have it written down somewhere on where the funding's coming from and what we think it's going to cover?
For downtown or for St. Mark's Street intersection?
I think I'm asking about St. Mark's intersection.
I don't, because I don't have a new plan that I've pulled apart yet to kind of hone in, but I can put something together. I know basically where I intend on taking it and how my intention is to get that project down to about $400,000. So it's only 110 out of Chapter 90. And I'm looking at taking it out of Chapter 90 rather than using our road maintenance, because Chapter 90 is, you need to get approval from the DOT. So it's something that it might take a little bit. Road maintenance we can do immediately, but that's also good to keep what we can so that we can do it immediately.
So the 110 from Chapter 90 is that an amount that you had intended and budgeted for to come out of Chapter 90? I guess it goes back to my question that I had on the other topic is I just want to make sure that we're spending it where we should be spending it. And I mean, in terms of priority.
So it was always intended that we would put money into that length of Marlborough Road. As part of the downtown, we were going to do some sidewalk. And then we were trying to bring the sidewalk all the way up, obviously, where we're bringing it. The moving the intersection was something that we thought we were going to have to do some work on that intersection. And so Chapter 90 would have been covering that. Because it's still conceptual, or it still is exactly what we're doing. I don't have tight prices, but my assumption is that we have about $1.8 million for downtown, about another $400,000 for Newton Street, and then and the downtown includes that piece of Corderville and a little piece of, and then another 300 to get that last pieces of sidewalk. So it was something that we figured $2.5 million was going to go towards fixing all that.
And you have enough Chapter 90 money to cover all of that?
Yes.
Okay. So
it's
you're
not all allocated, but it is 1.7 is allocated to me.
So 110 is Chapter 90 to move the road and do the sidewalk on Marlborough Road, or no?
No, so it would only do some of the grading and stuff so that we could use the two, because the grades are just really wonky there for the road. So we have to bring in some material, and that piece of it we can use Chapter 90 for, and the park itself would be the 290.
Okay. And then the second part of your project is what you said you can hold off on, and that's tying in downtown and the rest of Marlborough Road.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think conceptually it makes sense. I just had trouble following all the pieces.
I can send you I can send you all the spreadsheets and the kind of the map of what was included and what we're trying to include now.
That'd be helpful. Thank you. I'm good, Marty. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come full circle. Karen, what as to this, what do you need from us, or what would you like from us?
I believe just for permission at this point to send, and I don't know that I need permission, but I think I do, to send a letter to DOT asking for an extension, and then to not award and rebid. Like work that project down a little bit with the engineer, and so we can get it out to bid soon.
Yeah, I don't think that's something we need to vote, but there's definitely seems to be consensus that the path you're proposing is the one that makes the most sense.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So I guess the only question I have is, because this was bids were open, do we need to officially reject the bids, or does Karen have the ability to do that, Mark? I just don't want to put another project out to bid while this bid is still lingering.
So the selectmen are the awarding authority. So I think the proper path would be for the board to reject the bids in the best interest of the town.
So moved.
I would allow her to rebid.
Okay. Second.
Discussion, we've had a lot. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. So the bids with the May deadline have been rejected, and hopefully the DOT allows you the additional flexibility at least till the end of June.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they'll be helpful.
All right. So are we ready to move on to water rates?
Actually, Marty, can we go back to 7 for just 1 second? I just had one comment on the update of the discussion on the Chapter 90 planning.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share, and I should have done it. I apologize when we were having this discussion, is that Capital's talked about doing this, and it's on the radar to do, and we're working on a plan for this. We've been talking about this. So it's something that we can do in conjunction with Capital for, because we're already working on that. We just need to figure out, I guess, our role on Capital for this, because it has been discussed on doing exactly what we talked about, is doing a bond, lumping all of these together.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share that those discussions have already been taking place on the Capital side. That was all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Great. As I said, I love to hear other people's good ideas and latch onto them. All right, water, Karen.
Okay, so, and actually, I think Mr. Stivers could probably help me a little bit with this. So if you remember last year, we looked at the water rates and we hadn't changed them in a long time. And the vote was we changed tiers, increased the tier levels, not the base rate. And then the idea was that we were going to change the tiers 5% for the next 2 years. With the pandemic, in a very weird way, it happened to be a drought. It wasn't our highest usage year ever or anything like that. We did use a lot of water, but what really is the impetus for our problems right now of our very high, we have to pay MWRA this coming year, right? This fiscal year coming up for the water that we use last calendar year. Okay, so because of the pandemic, a lot of the offices closed everywhere, right? So Boston has usage, who is the main driver, and they carry such a large part of the flow share of the MWRA, and that's the way we get billed by the MWRA. If they sold 100 gallons of water and we use like a quarter of a gallon, we pay a quarter of their operational costs. We do get some free water from them because of our the reservoirs and stuff, but nonetheless, that's how it works. Boston's share is, if it was 100 gallons they sold, they have like 85 of them, and the rest of the town share that other 15. So now they're down to say 65. So that difference, all the smaller towns, we're all pulling that in now, and we have to pay that piece. So when we were looking at this, and then the Newton Street thing came up, which we're not talking about yet, there's a lot of talk about, well, how does it affect the water rates? What's going on with the water rates? Why are they going up or whatever? And so the finance team reached out and said, I think you should actually just reevaluate, make sure the 5% is still good, you know, that you guys were thinking of this year. And because originally if everything was the same, I think you guys would have just voted it. You just needed to vote it each year, that even though it was a plan from last year. So they did an analysis. I put it in there. I think we should just keep it at 5% for this year, because I think that it makes sense. We have money in our retained earnings to pay for any shortfall, because we kind of need to see what happens with Boston. Are businesses going to go back? Are they not? You know, within the next couple of years, I think it will stabilize, that a lot of people are working from home, but a lot of companies are saying, we don't like that. We need people in person. And we should seek our own level again. I do think it probably will be higher, but this year it just doesn't seem like it's a year to leap into anything, and to just do the 5% is what I'm recommending, just because it's kind of what we told everybody also, and it was a rough year for people. It just seems like a better choice than going to anything higher, so that we 100% cover our costs without using retained earnings.
All right, Karen, I think, and I'm going to start with you, Mr. Stivers. But let me ask you first, Mark. What Karen just described is a significant increase in cost for the town of Southborough because of conditions created by the pandemic. Isn't that what this money is intended for, that the federal government has just designated to the cities and towns?
It sounds like it, you know, as you just described it, you know, you're kind of, you know, leading the witness. It really,
good work.
It really kind of fits. It fits nicely into that box. It's just a matter of how quickly the funds come and what comes and what availability we have to do things and when. So,
but doesn't that weigh in favor of sort of the approach that Karen is describing, which is a conservative approach?
No, I agree. I think, and I think that, you know, Karen and I have talked about this, and, you know, and I don't want to step on Sam's toes, because as a member of the, you know, the advisory, you know, the grand poobah for the MWRA advisory. I think that, you know, is the ripple effect that we're seeing from Boston, you know, is this the new paradigm that we're going to have to deal with, and the new weight we're going to have to bear for the assessment? Or is this something that's going to relax a little bit? If you remember when we came, you know, last year and talked about this, you know, there was a plan for us to get away from retained earnings within 3 years. And given what's happened in Boston, that's all changed. And so I agree with the conservative approach because we don't have any information that you know, that tells us that we should be doing something different at this point.
Sam, do you want to weigh in?
A couple of observations, please. One is Boston's percentage of the total MWRA flow is about a third of it. and they were down about 14% in 2020. And the economics are that what we and the other towns pay for is the fixed cost of the MWRA distribution system. And it's spread across the various towns proportional to the flow, basically. So Boston being a third, if that's down by 14%, that dumps a huge additional burden on all the other towns. And frankly, there are a number of other towns that were down substantially for 2020 as well. So we are in the fortunate position of being hammered by that, and in terms of flow, and then also in terms of allocation. I think we were the second highest percentage increase in allocation of all the MWRA towns in terms of the actual cost allocation. So, and that's my concern is that not clear what that's going to do for 2021 either, because in fact it's unlikely that the flow in 2021 is going to pop back up for Boston and these other towns as well. So my guess is we're going to at least feel some of this impact for the 2021 period as well. So it's not going to go away quickly. The good news, I think, is, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the consultant's projection was that if we increase 5% this year and then 6% for the next several years, that gets us back to where we thought we were going to be before all this hit, which is not necessarily a huge impact. Clearly, we'd rather see the rates go down, but that's something that my guess is that we can probably bear. And per Marty's point, I agree that that's something that we ought to be able to make a case for, to say the pandemic drove this, and we should be able to recover at least some reasonable portion of this impact on the water ratepayers in town. So again, it's sadly not going to disappear quickly, but I think we're reasonably well positioned to adjust to it. But it requires, I think, reviewing and maybe adjusting the rates annually here, which is more frequently than we've done historically. So that's not the end of the world, but it bears close watching. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Sam. Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. And Sam, thank you for some of that clarity. Karen, just a couple things. As I looked at your water rate increase, I kind of looked into a couple things. So I'm going to stick to the water rate increase and not the other concern I had. Can you just clarify one point for me? I don't know if you have it in front of you, that on your bullet points on the first page, you said increased rates at the highest tiers where the usage may be considered to be non-essential. Can you kind of clarify, are you talking about irrigation systems? Or that just struck me as kind of funny. So if you could just clarify that, that would be great.
Yeah, that is exactly. So one of the things that and that's actually from the last time we did it also, that we have that tiered, I think that they call them conservation rates, so that you're paying more if you use more. So it tries to get you to not use as much water, be more conscious. So it generally is irrigation systems, excessive car washing. I mean, in a warm summer like we had, like playing the sprinklers, that's not the same thing, but it's that type of thing that you do that you don't have to. You can do other kinds of moisture sensors with your irrigation systems. You can have it based on a lot of different things so you don't water so much. So the people who, and this actually came back from when we first originally did this before we used this group, John Butler had helped us set our first set of tiers. And when he did that, he was kind of like, well, the people who are using the most water are to some degree driving the need for some of our improvements in the system. And therefore, shouldn't they be paying a bigger piece of them? And so that's sort of also how we've gotten to this point.
Okay. No, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I found it kind of an odd statement. That was all.
Weird wording.
So one of the things I'm concerned about, and I understand that the need for infrastructure and that things are changing and times are changing. I just know what the 5% tax increase created as far as confusion, especially to the high-end user last year. And to go 5%, 5%, 6%, 6%, 6%, I mean, based on this, you're looking at going from 3,700 to the high-end user to 49. But we know, again, it depends on what they use. It could be a very different number than that. And I'm worried about the sticker shock potentially that we're creating for the end user. And, we have to be explaining ourselves down the line. So I worry about these big increases. I understand the reasoning for them. And I just think we need to be conscious of that. And again, I understand the need for infrastructure and how old our infrastructure is, but I just worry. So if we could just keep that in mind as we go forward and as we're presenting this to the public so that they understand. And I think 5% was scary enough last year for people. And to think of 5% this year and then 666 is a scary thing. So I will leave that for now. I had a comment on Newton Street, but that has nothing to do with the water rates per se. So I will hold off on that. Thank you.
Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. So I rewatched the last Capitol meeting, and I know that this ties into the Newton Street conversation, but there was concern on Capitol that we understand the Newton Street project before we set the water rates for this year. So I don't believe that Capitol has weighed in on that yet. And so I'm not sure. I have open questions if Capitol hasn't seen what they had requested yet.
Karen, what is that connection?
It's how the bonding for Newton Street would affect the rates. That was one of the first questions that happened when I first came in with that Newton Street, because it was a little bit of a last minute project. Well, not a little bit, it was a last minute project. So the concern was, oh, you know, how is that going to affect our rates? And then originally it was sort of planned in. It was a different road, but we had a $2 million project that was planned in for 23. And as Brian keeps pointing out, he's like, you don't borrow it in 22. You borrow it in 23 because you're just starting the project in 22. And I think the chair of Capitol was saying that too. And I don't get really into how we borrow, but so that was they're worried to be a driving force, and it shouldn't have been. However, with the additional cost of water, that created a little bit of a change in the budget. And so that's where everyone was kind of like, we need to look at this. And that's why finance asked.
Okay. I mean, what I'm struggling with is what you said at the outset and what Mr. Stivers reinforced is that the town of Southborough doesn't decide how much the water costs. The MWRA decides how much the water costs. And based on the fact that maybe among other things, but based on the fact that the flow of water for Boston, again, because of the pandemic, put that aside from now, but because of the flow of water for Boston went down dramatically, there's nothing we might be able to do something from a pandemic relief standpoint, but in terms of the calculation of the cost to the town of Southborough, that is going up as a result of what happened with Boston. I mean, is there any equivocation there, or is that is a reality?
Reality.
Sam?
Yeah, again, the only hope we would have is if we actually cut back on the flow substantially. That would lower our proportion a little bit, but our ability to do that significantly enough is probably pretty limited, I would think. I haven't done the math, but it got to be hard, I think.
So the reality is, again, there's a hope for relief because the increase is pandemic related. But right now, what we're looking at is a pretty significant increase in a fixed cost to the town of Southborough, and I'm trying to see what the alternatives are to address that fixed cost, other than increasing the cost to the end users of the water.
So I don't think
is the idea that somehow we dip into an addition. What's the idea for where that cost would be covered?
I think I wasn't clear, Marty. So in addition to the fixed costs for water, there's also these capital projects on the docket. And so the capital committee had asked, what would these projects do to the water rates? And they want to know that before Board of Selectmen votes on what the water rates are for FY22.
Correct. And if I could just add, so capital has agreed or signed off on a $65,000 capital expenditure for Karen to do the study that she needs to do for Newton Street specifically. And in talking about Newton Street, that's a $2 million project. And that's, as Chelsea was saying, that's part of the driver for your water rates increasing, because you have to cover your capital. Even though it's spread out in bondage, you'll see on the front page of the sheet, we're still paying for Route 9, Main Street water, and 08 improvements. There's numbers that will be tied in potentially if we, depending on when we bond Newton Street, you may have numbers coming into 22 versus 23. And I think, Chelsea, was that where you were?
It was. And I also think that capital, and I'm just, Lisa, you can probably speak to this better than I can. I just watched the meeting, but there was a question as to whether we should be prepared to pay for Newton Street now with the bills that are coming out, and can we capitalize on being ready for that and get in line before other communities as those things come forward. So I just think that there was some questions still that I don't know were answered, and it was to essentially give us more information in order to make the best decision for the water rate increases.
Yeah, and Mary, it wasn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Lisa.
No, it wasn't a question on where the shortfall fell on the water and where we're paying more. That didn't even really come into an issue as far as capital was concerned. It was specifically regarding the capital items that are forthcoming, mainly Newton Street.
And so I guess, and Karen, I guess this question is for you. If with I guess two questions. Number one, what is your timetable for I guess wanting is a good enough verb, the water rate to be ready to be set for the next fiscal year?
So what we tried to do, because our usage is so high in the summer, we try to set it so that the water used in March is at this new rate. So March, April, May, we read the meter, and it's your June bill, right? This is what happened last time. So the bill goes out in June, you pay July. And that's how we did it last year. It does work. No one realizes the rate changes. We put it on the bills and everything. They don't really ever notice until they get the really high one in August or September. And then they're like, hey, what happened? We're like, well, the rates did change and you've already had a bill at that. But it is easier for some people who are very aware so that they at least see it coming. And then it gives a chance for people to use less water over the summer because they know the rate has gone up.
Okay, so that's the reason you asked for it to be on the agenda for tonight.
Yes.
All right. So I guess the next question is, I get this. You know, we're being deluged with uncertainty about, you know, and the you know, the COVID bill, which addresses, you know, expenses for it's a sewer. I haven't looked to see exactly how they describe that. You know, is that something that this is going to fit into? But what is the risk, Karen, other than other than it's not optimal? If what's the risk if we waited, for instance, a month? That's question 1A. And question 1B, what is the likelihood that we're going to know the answer to these infrastructure questions whenever? I mean, when are those answers likely to be available? It just sounds like, again, just waves of uncertainty.
Yes.
Everybody's agreeing with me that it's uncertain. Do you have a sense, Lisa, when capital thinks that there might be a little bit more clarity on this?
So I think, and again, I don't want to speak for Jason, but I think the gist of the meetings we were waiting for some additional information from Karen and from Mark. and we wanted to see the bills that come out. So I think Capital just wanted to have another discussion, Marty, to find the best path forward. And again,
when are you guys meeting?
We have a joint meeting with advisory. I was just looking on the 24th. And then we have a capital planning meeting also on the 29th of March.
So Karen, is a decision by the end of March, does that allow you to capture March, or is March then gone?
I mean, we can capture it no matter what. It's just a matter of feeling like you're being fair to the ratepayers who are using water right now, and
and they don't know that it's going to be a new rate.
Yes, but March is not a high use month. No one's got sprinklers on, so generally it's just your average use.
Yeah. By the same token, I guess it's the driest March since sometime in the 17th century. So, I think we've got like 1/10 of an inch of precipitation since the beginning of the month.
You can give some good news. Can you?
Yeah. But I heard the snow word, Marty, for potentially Friday, I think it is.
The slopes have been fine.
That's not good news either.
So a couple inches is what I heard, Karen. So we'll see where they end up.
So Karen or Mark, I mean, is there a way to sort of juggle this so that on the one hand we're providing notice, but while maintaining our flexibility to act on fuller information, other than us talking about it and saying that's what we're going to do in a meeting?
So I don't disagree with what Lisa has said, and I think also what Chelsea has said about the Capital Committee. And I'm trying to resist the urge to ask you to bring Brian Ballantyne back in, as talking about bonding. But if Karen were to go ahead and do this work in fiscal 22, I believe that the way the scheduling is going to work, we wouldn't make a payment on a bond payment until 23. So even if the work were to go ahead right away in fiscal 22, I don't see that it's going to have an impact on the 22 rates. So, and if Karen had talked about doing the engineering work, I think one of the other discussions, and Lisa can correct me if I'm wrong, at Capital Committee was the $65,000, which Karen has put into the water budget for fiscal 22, and doing that engineering work and really refining what actually that number is going to be. $2 million is just the estimate that's come out before the engineering's even done. Is that the right number or not? And so I think that Karen, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Karen, was leaning towards doing the engineering in 22 and then coming back and seeking, the bond authorization in 23. So again, without Brian coming in to check me, if the work is being done in 23, then the bonding, the first bond payment is going to happen in 24.
So let me add one other thing. So I think part of the reason for this was yes, you're correct, Mark. We talked about that and finding what the exact price is. But this also falls in line with what we talked about under number 7, Chapter 90 money, and being able to look at a project. And this might be something that might be worthwhile to, bond now, because again, there may be infrastructure monies or whatnot coming forward. And I think that was part of the reason that tied into wanting to get more information.
It's not clear to me, though, that the decision in front of us now, do we go up 5% now, is going to be a lot different given all these other moving parts here. And I would rather not go 6 now, for example.
No.
And
so could we vote tonight to do 5 for this quarter? Because we're not bound by quarter, right, Mark? We can change rates again if we need to for the next quarter.
So for historical perspective, I'm going to look at Karen, but in my perspective being here and in other communities and everything in that, you set the rates once a year. It would be a change in how we've done it. Karen, I don't know if operationally that creates an issue with you in terms of the billing or not.
Yeah, it would be fine.
let me suggest this, because we're talking about a week. I don't have a lot of faith that these other variables are going to be cleared up anytime soon. It's just, again, it's sort of unanticipated consequences of the pandemic that you look to your left and all of a sudden costs have shot up because of things that completely outside of your control. I just don't think that we're going to have clarity in the short term. I guess my inclination would be to see, but capital's not meeting until the 24th, right? So the 23rd doesn't do us any good.
You're on mute, Lisa.
You're muted, Lisa.
Sorry, I don't usually have that problem. Yeah, so capital is meeting, I believe it's a joint meeting, Marty. Let me just pull up my schedule again real quick. A joint meeting with advisory at 7 o'clock on the 24th.
Well, I guess, one of the, jumping ahead to, clearly right now, what our schedule looks like is, I think we're definitely committed to meeting on the 23rd. And that meeting is dedicated primarily to two things. Number one is the review of the articles for town meeting. Number two, just because of a timing aspect that I'll touch upon later, is Mr. Purple's evaluation. And that has to be done because, and this was going to be part of an additional part of my report, I got quite properly, I got notice from Mr. Purple in an email late last week that he wishes for us to consider an extension of his contract. Under the terms of that contract, we have to let him know by my math, by March 28th, what our inclinations are about that. So that's another item that has to be on the 23rd. So that's the 23rd. I'll jump over the 30th for now. The 6th was the meeting we had dedicated for meeting with department heads to go over budget items. The 13th is a joint meeting with advisory, and April 20th is to wrap up the warrant for town meeting. So the only Tuesday left is March 30th. And one of the items that Lisa was going to touch on later is what my Blackstone accent comes back occasionally. Later was the downtown district initiative, and whether or not it makes sense for among other things, for the selectmen to have another forum. Ours was very well attended compared to certainly other forums we've had in the past, and what I've seen going on with the planning board in terms of their public meetings. So I think there's a strong rationale for having another public forum. So that means we could meet if people's appetite for a meeting on that, what is today, the 16th, the 23rd, the 30th, the 6th, the 13th, and the 20th, and then we all go to Nantucket with Chelsea for 2 weeks. But if folks are inclined to do that, then I guess my inclination would be let Capital have another run at this. See what, if anything, their thoughts are about whether or not they have a different view about short to medium term clarity about the impact that Newton Street might have, and that might inform a decision on the 30th. Yeah, we lose a month of notice to people, and that's not ideal, but boy, we spent a lot of time talking about it tonight. And that's why I asked Mark and Karen, I'm not sure if there's another mechanism for making people aware of it, but I guess that would be my inclination to sort of push this for a couple of weeks, let Capital, ruminate a little bit longer, and ultimately make a decision on March 30th. That's my view. I'm willing to be talked off it or hear others' thoughts.
Yeah, Marty, question?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Karen, is what I just said completely unreasonable from your perspective?
No, I just, the only thing is that they're really, at this point, because of the questions and everything, we've really said, look, we're just not going to do Newton Street this fiscal. Like, you know, we're looking at other things. We're looking at, like, it's not really on the books right now that we want to do it.
The construction.
We pick it up next year. So I don't know if that would help. Like if that doesn't affect the rates anymore, because there's no borrowing for that. No, there like couldn't be.
Karen, that makes perfect sense to me. My only reason for suggesting kicking it to the 30th is because I don't know exactly where capital might come down on this and exactly what the extent of their concerns are, and whether or not they share the concerns that I and some others have talked about the whole timing thing, and whether or not we're going to have clarity anytime really soon about all of this.
Marty?
Yeah, Sam.
Comment. I think Karen's point about getting it out sooner to the ratepayers so it has less of a surprise element to it is an important issue. And I guess I still have a hard time understanding how whatever capital does over the next couple of weeks is going to have a material impact on the pluses or minuses relative to a 5% increase at this point. And if some remarkable unforeseen event happens, so that turns out to be not the right decision, I think Karen's confirmed that we could actually, adjust the pricing for the following quarter down the road if we learn more. But again, having the ability to sort of phase this in a little bit when water usage is relatively low seems to me to be helpful in terms of the communication to the public here.
Marty, if I may.
Actually, Lisa, can I skip to Brian?
Sure.
To Brian first. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. All right, thanks. It seems to me, though, that a bigger driver than that Newton Street capital item is getting the returned earnings percentage down to our 20% target. And that's a major driver in the percentages that have been recommended in the report and the study that was done. So I'm in favor of getting information out to people early. I think I'm very much in favor of letting people know that they could and should be expecting a 5% increase in their water rates. And, even if some decision comes on, and as Karen has just said, Newton Street is not likely going to be constructed this year. We'll move forward with the engineering and the planning for it. So we'll be able to better capture what the capital cost is in the future. Is that right, Karen?
Yes.
But to be able to get the retained earnings percentage down to the target of 20%, that's the major driver in the percentages. And I don't see that 5% increase going down because of the Newton Street project. So I think the rates have already been built at the 5% increase, assuming a different $2 million project that isn't going to happen now. So Newton Street at some point in time is going to get traded for that. So, I mean, if the vote were held tonight on the, setting the 5% increase for next year, I'd be in support of it myself. So.
Okay. It sounds like, Sam, you would be as well.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. I am soft in favor of that. And I guess Lisa and Chelsea, do you have a strong objection before someone makes a motion to that effect?
No, I think the discussion we're having is what Chelsea said initially, is to agree on the 5% increase tonight, and then knowing if we need to come back at some point, we could do that. Is that not what you said, Chelsea?
That is what I think.
Yeah. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think that capital has had the opportunity to vet Newton Street.
Yeah.
Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong.
So it's not going to happen quickly.
Yeah. And well, it flipped late in the game, right? And to Brian's point, Flag Road is still there. It's just getting pushed out, right? So I just think capital asked for the opportunity to weigh in. I mean, it may or may not still be on this warrant, depending on kind of where we go. I know Karen, it doesn't sound like Karen wants it on this warrant. But is there any harm in having it on the warrant and going out to bid, but not, and just being ready to do it? it doesn't necessarily bind you to doing it next year or starting the work next year, right?
But I guess that's a separate question than whether or not we should go ahead and set the rate tonight.
Right, but I wanted to give the perspective of how the projects and the capital tie in to the water rates and just make sure that it's properly vetted. So I'm okay with voting on a rate tonight, but I think we need to make sure that capital does their due diligence on everything.
Okay,
yep,
I agree. All right, we have flogged this issue pretty well. So I'm gonna defer to you, Mr. Shea, to frame what I think is a motion that's coming.
I will move that we set the FY22 water rates with a 5% increase.
Second.
Discussion. Other than the last hour.
So I agree with that, but it may change, right? If I mean, it may not be for the whole year, right? Didn't we just leave the door open for that or no?
I think we can always revisit that, right?
By saying that we're setting we're increasing the FY22 rate by 5%.
So, all right, so we're setting the FY22 rate at 5%, subject to further review after the first quarter.
That amended motion is seconded by Mr. Stivers. Is that correct, Mr. Stivers?
Yes.
All right. Now, no further discussion? No? Okay. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. All right. You getting tired yet, Karen?
Oh, good. Like plowing through it all at once if we can. It's great.
All right. So have we covered Newton Street, which is the next item? I think so.
I think so.
Okay. What is the update on the cost of recycling, which is item 6 on your sheet?
So at this point, we actually do get some money back right now. Our work is with Harvey. It always has been. We used to be in the no pay, which was great. But so at this point, we were paying at the beginning of the year, you know, and this is like a global issue, obviously, not as bad as the pandemic, but it's we were paying around a little more than 5,000. Then we were averaging around 5,000, and now we're getting into the high 4,000s. So because there seems to be some room in the process now that they're actually able to sell material. I'm not sure. I think it's kind of volatile at this point still, but we are going to look to, you know, I've been looking at what other towns are doing and who they use and just shopping it. But we have equipment that doesn't belong to us that we would have to either trade out or have someone sell to us. So we have a pretty good deal going because of that capital input. Is that
okay.
Good?
So just that update? You don't need anything from us.
No.
Anybody have any questions about that? Sam? Yeah, question. Clearly, the recycling world is still pretty unstable at this point. I mean, it seems to me that it's worth taking a longer term look at what we're going to do with recycling. Do we have any, plans to say if it goes in this direction, here's what we're going to do, or this direction, here's what we're going to do? I mean, one of the key things, again, is be able to control the stream of recyclables in various ways. And it's not clear to me what opportunity we have or choices we have for that. But I got to believe there are people who are looking at that and maybe figuring out ways to do some of that differently. I know there are companies out there that will manage the recycle stream on a very fluid basis. So given the bids for certain types of recyclables today versus last week, they can redirect collected recyclables in ways that maximize the value you get from them. But to do that, you've got to have a fairly clean stream going into that so people can segregate the recyclables that way. And that's a burden, again, on the residents to be able to get people to do that. On the other hand, that could make an economic impact impact. I just don't know how that works. And it seems to me that if we could take a longer term view and figure out are there things we can do, that could be very helpful, because we're going to be, I think, struggling with this for the foreseeable future.
If you're asking, we are not looking at that, but it's obviously a good idea.
Yeah.
So
maybe it's a project for the Public Works Planning Board. Who knows?
All right. Anything else on the recycling issue? Yeah, Lisa?
Sorry. So, and again, Sam, that's exactly where I was going with the Public Works Planning Board. In looking at this and the cost of recycling, and obviously it's changed even from a year ago. The cost, when you start looking ahead on the Public Works Planning Board and the DPW, is to sticker fees as we move forward. Where are we trending as far as, if we stick to the model of keeping $100,000 in the tax rate? Where are we trending as far as potentially increasing sticker fees, and where do we need to be? Have you given any thought to that?
we did. We started looking at that spreadsheet that we do each year, so we can see where our fees are, and we haven't finished looking at it to bring it to you guys obviously yet, and with any changes we have to the rules and regs, but we usually do that in April or May.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just didn't know if you were seeing any trends as, over the last 9 months or whatever.
Yes, we're going to be higher. Obviously, okay. We're going to end up we're going to be more than $100,000 coming out of the coffers, I think.
Okay.
The problem we obviously have is that is it the year to change that?
Yeah, no, I know. Okay, so you guys are looking at that, and it's going to be in your meetings with Public Works Planning Board potentially next month.
With the Public Works Planning Board,
okay.
That's one that we kind of we do in the office and bring to you. It's not that hard. So, but okay. I mean, we can.
Nope, it's fine. I just thought that I wasn't sure what your process was. That was all. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Cautionary tale about the law of unintended consequences. Man.
We need to figure out a way to dump the recyclables in the pit, because that's considerably cheaper. Illegal, but cheaper.
Turn them into wind power somehow.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Complete streets priority list. What do we need to do with this tonight? Because well, you tell me, what do we need to do with this tonight, if anything?
You need to accept the policy, or accept the list, so that we can turn it into the DOT by April 1st. So that at that point, then we can, once it gets approved, we can apply for funds for projects that are on that list. You're only allowed to apply for a certain amount of funds at a time. If you have a certain amount of funds out,
yep, no, I got that. And how is it, Sam? You guys at Public Works vetted this?
Yep, looked at it, and actually there's one project that I would like to add that Karen and I had a little miscommunication about that I would like to add. Otherwise, that list is one that I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay, but it's been run through the yourself and other folks on the Public Works board.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And also got input from the Trails Committee and the Planning Board on this too, for potential projects.
Okay. So. All right, Lisa, I'll start with you.
Thank you. So Sam, that actually answered one of my questions, was the groups, the user groups that you guys had checked with. One of the groups I was hoping, I guess, would have been included was, we have a large contingency of moms that you'll see pushing kids in their strollers as they're jogging, as they're running. And I think that would have been a group that may have given good input as well. It was really hard to read, and I'll tell you, I don't know if it's not just because I'm old, but this printed out really, really small. Yeah. So, and I could be wrong, but as I went through, the only thing I was a little disappointed in was that out of the 59 listed, it only looked like 17 of them were on the south side of town, south side of Route 9. So I was a little disappointed in that, based on most of it is Res B, it's half-acre lots, there's a little bit more density. So, and I think there was a duplicate on there also. It talked about, oh my God, here we go. I got to try to look at this, sorry. going to switch glasses. Just for your reference, it talked about Southville. Sorry, River Street, Corderville. It talked about south of I-90 and north of I-90 and south of Route 9 was one of the places it talked about. And then at another point on here, it talked about Fairview Drive to Gilmore, which is encompassed between Route 9 and I-90 on Parkerville. So I didn't know if that one was a duplicate or.
It's kind of interesting the way they do it is because they'll sometimes split projects up to make them more palatable, like more of a bite size.
Yeah.
Sometimes, so they have it sometimes like the same area will be in a couple different spots because of that. So, you know, I know a lot of people on the south side of Parkerville have asked for sidewalk.
Yep.
Richards Road is asked for sidewalk. So I had those ones that we knew about.
Yeah.
And then one of the reasons there's also a lot on the south side, there's a lot of density, but through streets, there's a little bit less. So there are actually more sidewalks because of the amount of cul-de-sacs and everything and like neighborhoody type areas. So we tended to, with this, we tended to kind of hit the mains, which are the harder roads, obviously, to get a sidewalk in, but also would be a larger project. So a lot easier to take $20,000 and put it in with a road project and build the sidewalk on a small area. And then that 20 could come from it, but you still have $380,000 to be able to borrow or to ask for, not borrow, from Complete Streets.
Okay. And the only other comment I had is the train station is also south of Route 9. And I was looking for a little bit more connectivity between some of the neighborhoods. That I know some of them were encompassed, but then we also have the recreation facility, the field on Liberty Estates, and the sidewalks end before there. So I didn't see that one on there. And I was just thinking connectivity wise between the train, between potentially if a playground gets moved even, you know, and the opportunity to be able to connect the recreation and being able to have some walkability to get there. So those were really my only comments. And unless it's there, Karen, and I just, again, because it's so small, I didn't see it, but I didn't, you know, again, those were just some of the things that I would have liked to have seen factored in, you know, accessibility to the train, which if you did it, some type of sidewalk further down Southville to connect to Liberty, you're also allowing those people walking access to the train. So
I didn't, I'll have to look, but I'm pretty sure this Southville has sidewalk all the way down.
To Liberty? I didn't think it went all the way down. Maybe I need to drive it again. I apologize. I will do that.
It's a section of state road there, so that's weird. That's like a little piece of state road.
Okay.
So when they did the train, they did add sidewalks down that area, and there part of what's weird with the list also, and when you really look at it, so it'll say like Corderville Road, and it's like it'll say connectivity, or it'll say and it, you know, if there's like a crossing there that needs to be dealt with, it's included. So a lot of stuff like that is happening in that list.
Okay, that's it for me. I will actually drive that tomorrow. I could have sworn that the sidewalks ended way before then. So,
Lisa?
Yes, Sam.
I think the last time we talked about this here, VHB did an updated map of the town with sidewalk locations on it.
Oh, okay.
So I think that was in the pack. I'll dig that out and I'll send it to you.
That would be great, Sam.
Good look at being able to see how the various networks connected or didn't.
Okay.
And overall, it struck me they did a pretty good job of connecting networks, but there certainly are neighborhoods that are not internally connected very well. And so I thought the first trick they were trying to accomplish was to connect the big pieces and then work off of the smaller areas that didn't have the connections after you got the overall structure in place. So once people could get to a main route effectively on foot, then they could navigate through town north, south, east, west more effectively. So there's a huge amount to do, but again, I think that was the structure they had in mind, is building out that way. I'll send you that map.
Yeah, and that might answer some of my questions as well. So that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Chelsea, before I go to you,
go to Rose Garden.
I'm sorry, Karen, what?
I'm sorry, it does. It goes all the way to Rose Garden.
Okay, just very quickly. And I remember that I remember the whole thing with the tiers that, you know, with complete streets. First, you get your plan, and then this allows you to do this. Once this is submitted, is it set in stone?
No, so it's good for 5 years. So you can over the next 5 years, we can definitely hone in on it a little bit, but we were trying to go fast track so that we could try to get some money soon.
But I mean, but very quickly, could it be amended 3 months from now, 6 months from now?
No, in 5 years.
So it's locked in for 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question, and I'm going to go to Chelsea now.
Thank you. Karen, were these roads analyzed to see if a sidewalk is feasible on it?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So I'm just looking at like Ladisquama, and there's a lot of like really large trees on the golf course side and even on some properties. So I just think that would be a tough one to put a sidewalk on. Do we know if somebody requested that be added to the list, or kind of what was the vetting process to add a street?
So we really looked at connectivity, right? So we had that old sidewalk committee that we had at one point who came up with so that all those are on there, and those were looked at that way. However, it's one of those things that it might never happen, but Lasquama has a sidewalk up to the golf course. There's a sidewalk, right? Or a little ways down. So it's, could you continue it and get to the golf course? Like it's so, but if the road's on there and you wanted to improve the one that's there and extend it 100 yards, that now it's on there, there's a chance you get some money for it.
Got it. Okay.
So it doesn't mean it has to be the whole road.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Brian, I can't even remember if I started with you. I don't think I did.
Nope, I don't think so. I don't have any further questions on this.
All right. So what is people's pleasure to hold on one second, Sam, to sit with this a little bit longer? And Karen, that feeds into my, what happens if you don't get an approval on this tonight, other than you wanted to fast track it, you want to get it as soon as possible so you can apply for grants and other sorts of funding? I get the sense that folks want to sit with it for a little bit longer and maybe consider some of the prioritization. What does that mean? And maybe Sam, you want to weigh in on that as well.
So the prioritization doesn't matter as far as the money goes. It's really our internal one, and so we can at any point say you can pick number 60 and do that instead of number 1. It does. They don't care. They just want to know that you've looked at it. And they know opportunity based on some kind of project or somebody coming in doing something. It can change your whole list of your priorities or just what you want to do. So the prioritization is not really a problem. One of the reasons it seems easy to fast track it for me is that it's only 5 years and the town doesn't do that much projects in 5 years, right? So we know we've got downtown. We know we have 3 spurs off of downtown. All 3 of those are on the list. We have Deerfoot. We know that's on the list. Aside from that's if we get some money for that, that's already going to take us 2 years. So we only have 3 years left. You can pick 1-2 projects more. So that's why it's it's not like we're going to be delving into this weird street that no one thought about before. Like that's not really where we're going to be. Everything's going to be fairly much, I have a petition for this street. I've had a lot of requests.
No, I get it. Sam, were you going to say something different than that, or just
similar? That it's my understanding, Karen, that the grant cycle works twice a year on this. So if we don't get it in by April 1st, we're off to November. So that costs us some time. And to Karen's point, exactly right. The priority is not it, but the issue is getting projects on the list. So, for example, the one I would propose to add is a pedestrian bridge over Route 9 at Oak Hill and Central Street. And that's unlikely to happen. On the other hand, it's valuable, according to the VHB guy, to get it on the list should the state actually be doing work on Route 9, around that part of Route 9. Then if it's on the list, we've got an opportunity to try to piggyback on that if they've got stuff going there. So it's valuable to sort of have placeholders here for things that we think are important. And you never can tell what the state's going to do later. Unlikely, but you want to be prepared. So.
Okay, so with the possibility of adding that in as an amendment, Lisa, was there something specific south of Route 9 you would want to add in as an amendment?
No, I don't want to hold this up because a lot of work and a lot of time went in. And I agree that probably 3/4 of this won't get done in the 5-year period. I would hope that it would. So I don't want to hold this up, Marty. If the board wants to take a vote on this, some of the streets I think are important are here. Yes. The only thing I'll add is, Sam, think about a pedestrian crossover at Parkerville. Then you could connect.
But that's already on the list.
On the list.
How did I miss that? How did I miss? I couldn't see it. It's too small. So, okay.
Pedestrian causeway crossings.
There you go.
Causeway crossings.
All right. So the only amendment I heard was Karen was adding in Mr. Stiver's additional suggestion. You've got that one. All right. With that as an amendment to what we provided by Ms. Galligan, I would vote that we approve the proposed complete street priority list and ready it for submission to the state.
Second.
All right. Second discussion. None. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. Karen, is that the end of the list?
I think so.
All right. Thanks very much. And I guess we'll see you on April 6th.
Yes, I am assuming for the budget.
Yeah, we'll talk about the DPW budget.
Okay. If anybody this weekend, they're going to have youth and families going to be up at the transfer or at the entrance. If trying to do some survey stuff, they're going to have a QR code. So just people, if anyone's still watching at 9:30 at night. And the Hosmer pumping station project is pretty much done. Very successful. We didn't have to pay for it. So.
All right. Karen, have a good night.
You too. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Next item, chairman's report. Oh, I'm sure this is going to be short. Actually, I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. I think the members of the board have seen various communications last week about the old burial ground. I got involved because, among other things, one of the communications was, I think actually two of the communications from veterans in town indicated that as part of a chairman of the historical commission contacting veteran in town about potential issues that he wanted to raise regarding the burial ground, that a threat had been issued. This took me aback for a couple of reasons. Number one, because the person involved, Mr. Weishan, I think everybody remembers, had a 2-year hiatus from the historical commission because of very similar conduct that was alleged against him. And when we considered his appointment to the historical commission this past summer, we were assured that that sort of conduct was in the past. Well, interestingly, it had resurfaced earlier in the week with respect to a couple of our town employees at the building department about conduct by Mr. Weishan, to the extent that I advised Mr. Purple that he intercede and tell Mr. Weishan not to communicate with our building employees, either to go through Mr. Purple or through another individual. Happened again. So we had it before, a couple of years ago. Issues arose again with Mr. Weishan's conduct towards employees of the town, the building department. And then it happened again with the veterans. So I sent an email to Mr. Weishan saying that I understand that there has been some complaints. That was part of the information that came to me. Some complaints about flags on the burial ground. I said, can you please provide me with those complaints? Well, both in response to my email and in conversation, I never got those. Mr. Weishan claimed that everybody who contacted him only wanted to talk to him and only and all indicated that they wanted to remain anonymous. He conveyed the substance, pretty limited substance, but the substance of some alleged complaints. I also indicated in my email that those grounds did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Historical Commission. They fell under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen, that the appropriate path would have been to let the Selectmen know that there have been some issues about properties that we oversee. Again, we're a small town, and if people act responsibly and civilly, this wouldn't have been an issue. I mean, I'm not inclined to throw the Board of Selectmen's weight around about the fact that again, in a small town, people on committees are talking to other people. But again, particularly when we've got past conduct and we've got allegations consistent with that past inappropriate conduct, I pretty clearly told Mr. Weishan that this was an issue for the Board of Selectmen, not for the Historical Commission. And I told him that I know they had it on their agenda for a meeting, that I thought the appropriate path was simply to indicate that the matter fell within the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen and that's where the issue would lie. Well, that's not what happened. Instead, Mr. Weishan made a very abridged, and I think based on my conversations with him and based on my conversations with Mr. Wynot, obviously one of the prominent veterans in town, he did not convey information that Mr. Wynot had conveyed to him. He did not convey information that I had conveyed to him. I think there was both incomplete and misinformation in what he told to the fellow members of the Historical Commission, and that generated a letter to us. I'll also note that obviously, if the Board of Selectmen would consider an issue like this, we would make sure that any interested party would have the opportunity to be heard. As far as I know, the veterans were not given an opportunity to be heard by the Historical Commission. And then it appears that an additional step was taken, which was to try to litigate this matter in the press rather than simply forwarding it to the Board of Selectmen. So that's kind of where we find ourselves. As I said, received communications as well from several members of the veterans community complaining about the nature of the communications to them by Mr. Weishan acting on behalf of the town department. At some point, we've got a full schedule for the next month and a half or so. But at some point, number one, I think we have to address what's going on with the Historical Commission. Again, it's not an isolated instance. It happened a couple of years ago, and it happened twice last week. And I think that needs to be addressed. I also think, that the issue, some citizens in town apparently have raised an issue about flags on the old burial ground, and it is perfectly appropriate for the Board of Selectmen, again, who have jurisdiction over that ground, to consider it. And I expect to have it on an agenda and do this the way it should have been done, but wasn't, which is to give interested party an opportunity to, rather than ratchet up temperatures and try to create controversy and allegations, that in a perfectly civil way we discuss, I suspect, what are some conflicting views about the way certain flags are displayed at the burial grounds. So that is my report about that. I feel, and I know that a couple of members of the veterans community, they were not given an opportunity when the Historical Commission considered this issue at their most recent meeting. They weren't given an opportunity to weigh in. And I don't know if they want to, I don't see a hand raised, but if either Mr. Wynot or Mr. Kalenda wanted to weigh in on this subject and particularly how they feel they were felt, that they were dealt with in this instance, I'm happy to hear from them. Other than that, that's my report about where we stand on the issue. As I said, I think two things need to be done, and Mr. Calanda raised his hand. Dan, I'll get to you in a second. Two things need to be done. Number one, we've got some complaints raised by citizens. I think it's important for the board to convene at some point. It's not going to happen before the schedule I laid out, April 20th. But to convene a discussion and let interested parties weigh in on this. Second thing we need to do is address what's going on with the Historical Commission. Again, happened 2 years ago, happened twice last week. It's just not acceptable from my perspective. So with that, can we bring Mr. Calanda over? And let me just add, Dan, before I am just assuming that nobody on the board has an objection to me letting Mr. Calanda be heard. None. All right.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you, Marty. Thank you, Mr.
Dan.
Chairman, for it. And I don't know if Mr. Wynot, he and I have been communicating tonight, so I'm not sure if he has any comments as well. But you know, thank you for bringing this issue to the to the full board. Clearly, this is something that has riled many members of the veteran community. And what I mean, the issue is the manner in which this was handled. So in what we're apparently talking about is the Gadsden flag. So which is the yellow with a snake, don't tread on me flag that was created in 1775 during the Revolutionary War. And you know, we can have this discussion at another time about its historical significance, but you know, the veterans who have responded to Mr. Wynot and to me over this past week or so have been uniform in our support of the history of our nation. Many of the flags that have been used for centuries. You know, and including, you know, this one starting the Revolutionary War. And, but to your earlier point, it's really the manner in which this was done. And, you know, what we're looking for from our town officials is just simple respect and discussion back and forth about issues, and people will have opinions, and then it comes to a vote. What we're not looking for is coerciveness, is, threats of, if you don't do what we want, we're going to go to the board or to the media. And that's not what we're looking for. And no veteran should be threatened that way. No resident should be threatened that way to try to, move an issue in which, the current chair wants to move it. So what I hope is that, yes, this will be on an agenda. Let the discussion happen. Let history, come to today and talk about all of that. But what I don't want to see happen is that important part of, how this came to be, and the pattern of what are clearly perceived threats. I don't want to see that just washed under the, washed under the rug. I hope that remains part of what you as chair and the other members will discuss at a future date. And I hope that, clearly Mr. Wynot, our VFW commander, is invited for that discussion. I'm happy to participate. I know many veterans will be happy to participate in that. But again, I know you're 3.5 hours or 3+ hours into your agenda. You got more to do. But I thank you for raising it. I thank you for allowing me a couple minutes to talk about what happened.
All right. Thanks, Dan. And Mr. Wyshan. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to have, I said veterans first, so I'm going to go with Mr. Wynot next. Can we bring Mr. Wynot over? Hey, Steve, how are you? Oh, we lost you. Any idea what happened? Oh, there we go. Steve, you there? You're muted right now.
Do I have you?
You have us.
Okay. Yeah.
Steve, I hope I did not mischaracterize any of the information that you folks conveyed to me. I tried not to.
No, you have not. And I certainly do appreciate the comments, and I appreciate Dan being on board as well. Yeah, this whole thing I think is totally egregious. When I had the conversation with him the other day, I made it clear to him in my own special way that I thought it was ludicrous, and to be told that, well, I hope we can have a come to an understanding so this doesn't have to go to the Board of Selectmen or go to the media. I took it back and I don't believe what I just heard. It wasn't a real pleasant call. Maybe he thinks it was based on his remarks the other day. But as Dan says, yes, I like this to be brought to the Board of Selectmen at a meeting and handled appropriately. I have some very deep feelings about this subject. And I know there's some other things there too regarding the Betsy Ross flag, as a matter of fact, and as well as the ground survey that we're being told we have these flag poles in the wrong place. I'd like to see some proof of that. There was no mention at all of attending or sharing at that commission meeting the other night that I listened to. So I appreciate the time, and I'm sure we will be talking more in the future. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
All right, Steve, thanks. All right, I'm going to bring over Mr. Weishan. Michael, you are muted. You are still muted.
There we go. So I just have a couple things to add here. First of all, I'm happy to release my letter to Mr. Wynot. There was no implied threats. Secondly, the veterans are not a monolithic group, and they don't all stand by this. Thirdly, I think we presented some really rational arguments there. That meeting was open to all. There were no veterans or anyone else present. Anyone was allowed to join in on Zoom, and we made no attempt to make this in any way exclusionary. Yes, it went to my Southborough. Yes, it went to the Historical Society. The votes on the Historical Society are running 7-1 for removing the flags. The comments on my Southborough yet to be in. But I think if you actually polled the average person who would say, are we flying flags that are representative of all Southborough, or are we flying flags that are representative of a few people in Southborough? The majority would say yes. Now, finally, I'm not going to get into this tonight about my conduct and about the conduct with the Historical Commission. I frankly think I'm really disappointed in all of you, and Marty, particularly in you, for making this a personal issue. I simply am passing along the comments of multiple people who feel this is not an appropriate venue to display these flags. There is a change.org petition with over 70 signatures that says that these flags need to go. You know, you can be on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. I'm offering you the opportunity to look at this in a fair manner. Later on, I'm happy to address the actions of myself or the commission in any way that you see fit. As I met with the technology committee this evening about the problems with the building permit issues, I stand ready to work with you, the Board of Selectmen, and everyone else. But you've heard from a fraction of the people in town about this. And I think to make these accusations that these are threatening or that these are in any way other than an open discussion are incorrect. I will send you my letter to Mr. Wynot. And again, I will point out that no one, no veteran at all, decided to appear at that meeting and instead sent these letters to you in an inflammatory, what you described to me as white hot rhetoric. Let's discuss this. Let's open this up. but let's not, cast aspersions during this process. Thank you.
All right, Michael. The one thing I will say is you have a tendency to misstate things. I don't use terms like white hot. That's not how I describe what the letters from the veterans. But we can visit the fact that your recollections seem different than the people you talk with quite often. But
Marty, again, I think that's
no, Michael, we're all set. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, Marty.
Anybody else want to weigh in? I thought that was going to be a simple, we've gotten some communications with people. I apologize that it went off in a direction that I think is kind of unfortunate, but I think we need to do those two things that I mentioned earlier on. The one other item I had to do with Mr. Purple's evaluation. I dealt with that. We'll put that on for the 23rd, and that will meet our 6-month deadline for getting a response to you, Mark. Okay. I'm done. Members reports. Who's got a members report? Let's see a hand, and Ms. Bracci, I'll start with you.
All right, thank you. So just an update on the Downtown District project and potentially scheduling of a public forum. So I had received today from Judy Barrett, I haven't had an opportunity to distribute it yet, based on the small meeting the working meeting that we had almost 2 weeks ago, where we went over planning board's concerns and planning board's issues. We had the Attorney Costa and Judy Barrett. On that, we resolved the majority of the issues that were in the red line document that we had received from planning board. So Judy has sent us an updated. One of the main takeaways from that meeting was that there was concern on both sides on the FAR and how that was done. And if you remember, that's the floor area ratio and the percentage that you can build. So we're looking more for a ground cover type with restrictions on setbacks and whatnot. So one of the things that had came up as well in watching the planning board meeting is there still seems to be a couple outstanding items. So the forum that we had was very well attended. And I had talked to Marty about, as we get closer to closing the warrant and town meeting, I think we need to agree on a document that we can put forth into the warrant. I mean, what we initially started at and what planning board started their initial hearings at has changed to some degree. So I think at some point, and this forum would be a great opportunity to, again, allow the public to come. I mean, we did have a great turnout. And it allows us and EDC to also have a discussion on where the document stands today based on the things were resolved and where we want to take it as far as even the outstanding issues. I think we need to have something in the warrant. One of the outstanding issues seems to be 2,000 or 3,000 square feet for an establishment. That's one of the things. So my hope would be with having Judy Barrett and Adam Costa at this meeting on the 30th, we could kind of talk through some of these issues. And I know that there has been as well conversation about the map, and that will give Adam Costa also an opportunity to address some of these questions from the concerns that we've heard from some of the citizens. So my ask of the board is, I know we're meeting like every week for up until April 20th, except for the 30th. But pending confirmation from this board, I'll reach out and make sure that Attorney Costa and Judy Barrett are both available, and we could host another public forum and see what kind of responses we get and actually have some more dialogue on this. So when it comes to April, we actually know what we're going to put, what document we're going to put in the warrant. So I'm just looking for feedback. If everybody's amenable to an March 30th, sorry, it's been a long night, a March 30th, specific to the downtown initiative.
I guess, Lisa, let me just jump in, and
sure.
and my guess is that we might even be unanimous in saying that that's a good idea. But I actually think that it doesn't matter if we don't have a quorum. I mean, we can obviously catch up with it afterwards, but I suspect we will have a quorum. But I would say let's plan. I mean, I'm going to be there. Let's plan on going ahead with it regardless. And Mr. Stivers, Mr. Shea, and Ms. Malinowski, you can let us know tonight. I mean, it's relatively short notice. What are you doing on March 30th? But it looks like Sam is going to be available. I suspect I would do it. I would do it. I think information about this and all of the items you raised, the information that's been able to be provided by Mr. Costa and some others about what issues are with respect to a map and how those can be addressed and how different people are affected different ways and may feel differently about it. I think it's important, and it's important for folks to hear that. So sorry for jumping in, but I guess Ms. Malinowski, what do you think about the 30th?
Fine, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, Brian?
I think it makes sense as well. I agree.
Okay.
Right.
What I'll do is I will distribute tonight. I will shoot it off. Again, I haven't even had a chance to look over the document from Judy. It came this afternoon. So I'll look it over and then we'll get it distributed to all interested parties tomorrow.
All right,
That's
Marty?
it. Thank you.
Marty?
Yes, Sam.
I'm supportive of this because I continue to be surprised as I talk with people around town how many misinformed views there are about what's going on here. And given the efforts that have been made by various groups to date in terms of forums, discussions, et cetera, it seems to me that there's been an ample chance for people to get informed, yet somehow they aren't plugged in appropriately. So I think anything we can do to give people additional opportunities to ask questions and learn about what the proposal means, I think would be very helpful. So I think the more we can do, the better.
Yeah. And the one thing I'll say about that is, Sam, I agree with you. I feel an enormous disconnect because, and maybe in some respects, we've passed over too quickly when we've made the presentation. But the notion that this is something new is the exact opposite is true. This is something that every board that has looked at long-term planning for the town of Southborough has enthusiastically endorsed, up till and including the current master plan committee. And there's somehow this notion that this is this new contrived idea to do something with downtown when it's entirely consistent with every master plan or other planning effort that's been done anywhere, anyhow in the town of Southborough. And I just think we need to reinforce that message over and over again.
Marty, if I can make just one final point as well to any members of the public that may be looking. Amendments can still be made after it's printed in the warrant, but I think our goal is to have as complete a document as we can that's in the warrant, so it's less amendments at town meeting. So I just wanted to reiterate that for any member of the public that may have a concern, that something may or may not be addressed. There still is ample opportunity through the planning board public hearings that will continue up till town meeting. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Office hours. Who's doing that update? Ms. Malinowski.
Yes, thank you. So Sam and I did office hours last week. We had one person join, and I know that we're booked up the next couple of Tuesdays, but I was thinking that as we get closer to town meeting, it might make sense for us to advertise office hours as, do you have a question about the warrant? Do you have a question about process at town meeting? Kind of gear it towards a topic. And I mean, obviously people can still come with any sort of question, but I think, as I talk to more people in town and talk about when town meeting is, and, I think people would appreciate having the opportunity to ask questions before town meeting. So that's my update on that.
Right, good point.
And then just two other things quickly. So Karen kind of stole my thunder on the Youth and Family Services survey, but that closes on Sunday, and it is available on the website. So as many folks that can take that, the better. I think we were up to like 250 at the end of last week. The Morton Red and Mortgage program has restarted yesterday. I'm already getting inquiries, so that's great. So for anybody watching, that's also on the town website. And Stockwell is on the market.
Excellent. Excellent across the board. All right. I think this is you, Mr. Stivers, Board of Health update.
Board of Health,
in 25 words or less.
Uh-oh, I can't do that. It's beyond my limited abilities. It is very brief. There are still, I think, open issues there relative to Board of Health's belief that they need the full-time director, full-time nurse, and full-time administrative support. Advisory has been going back and forth on that one, so I think that's still unresolved, and that's one that I think we're going to need to address when we have the meeting about the departmental budget. So people need to, I guess, keep that in mind and be prepared to figure out what the next step is for that. So that's it.
Can I ask a question, Marty?
Yeah.
So where do we stand? I know there's been talk and with regionalization. Marty, would you mind if Mark has an update regarding the Board of Health and where that may or may not stand?
I think that's going to be part of his report. Am I correct, Mark?
Yeah, I'm happy to tag on here, and then if you want, I can just roll right into my report.
No. We'll get to you. We'll do it all in your report.
Okay.
I just want to touch base. There is a perfectly reasonable, perfectly appropriate tug of war going on involving the Board of Health and their budget for next year. I am hoping that is one of the items that'll be on for April 6th, and we can have an extended conversation with them as preface to our conversation with advisory the next week and more generally. A few months ago, we talked to Board of Health, and obviously sands have shifted. And I think it's important. So if you're out there, Board of Health, but Mark, I think we should reach out to them and make it very clear that we want to have them available on April 6th for conversation. Okay. I think that's all for members' reports. I think, Mark, we're ready to go to you. Okay.
Okay. So let me start with the COVID update. Just to let the board know, just after our last meeting, March 5th, there was a vaccination clinic that was conducted for Colonial Gardens. Very successful. I heard that everything went off really, really well, and there'll be another set of doses coming in for the beginning of April for the second shot to happen. So again, this shows the state that you can do these things on the local level. They don't have to be at these mass vaccination sites. To that point, I think the board had seen I'm just looking at everything I've got around me, the email that I forwarded to you. And I want to give kudos to Representative Dykema and the legislative delegation in our area, because I really think this is the only reason that this happened. The regional vaccination site that we have set up for the boroughs and several other communities has been approved by the state. That's the good news. The bad news is they don't have the vaccine to give us right now. We anticipate that, in another 2 weeks, we're likely going to be up and running. And so we're looking at running, the regional vaccination clinic is going to be located at the Doubletree in Westboro. This is where the public safety officials from the region were vaccinated earlier. So the site is familiar, and it's going to be run 5 days a week. And upwards of 750 vaccinations a day, and we're looking to we'll have some staffing responsibilities with regards to one of the days. I think it's a community a day, and so we'll be meeting later this week to have conversations about how that's going to work with the Medical Reserve Corps, with CERT volunteers, with paramedics for doing the staffing for the shots. But I really think this is exciting, and I again really appreciate what Representative Dykema and her fellow legislators did to help move this through, because when you read the email, you're not sure that this is good news until you get to the part where they say your application's been approved. So again, kudos for that, and that has moved forward. A little bit of an update on Board of Health. Board of Health continues to move forward, I think, with their plan to implement, the proposal that they brought forward to increase their office from 57 hours of staffing to 120 hours of staffing for fiscal 22. I agree with the statement that Mr. Stivers made, that I think last advisory meeting, I got into a brief conversation about this with advisory, that it would appear from correspondence that Board of Health is not willing to bend on that proposal. Advisory said they still think that they can, try to achieve a more collaborative approach to this. And to that end, there's a shared services grant that's coming out from the state for shared health services. And I know that the boroughs, Westboro, Southborough, Northborough, and Boylston have been having conversations about this. I saw a document today that there'll be a conversation later this week about looking at filling in some of these gaps, so to speak, in health services, things such as environmental health inspections, GAP, public health nursing services, food insecurities, epidemiology, things of that nature, but no real core services. To that point, I had reached out to Ms. Woodford, the chair of Board of Health, and I had also had conversations with my counterpart in Northborough, with the town administrator, as to whether Southborough would be interested in looking at, I guess you could say, a true regional approach on how we provide health services and try to centralize things for the two communities. Ms. Woodford had said that, this would be, there hasn't been great track records in the past of how this would happen, but she said that she would have the Board of Health take it up at a future meeting and then would get back to me and let me know how that would work. Today, this afternoon, shortly before the meeting, I did get a call from the town administrator in Northborough and let me know that Ms. Woodford had reached out to the health agent in Northborough and informed her that they weren't interested in moving forward with such an approach. So I'm not, and that they were going to move forward with the approach that they were taking to, that they've outlined to increase their hours. I don't know, I don't know what opportunities exist for us to find some way to move this forward. I understand fully, as it's been explained to me, that that they are an elected board, that their budget is what moves forward to town meeting, and I believe Ms. Woodford has indicated in some emails to advisory specifically that that they set the path forward for health services for Southborough. So I wanted to at least bring the board up to date as to where we are, in terms of, and where I see things, with the Board of Health. Regional has been discussed at advisory, and I think that at one point, Board of Health agreed that regional should be explored, but it should not be the total solution. But I don't see a clear path forward at this point in terms of looking to try to find a way to provide a more robust and economical health services.
Well, Mark, and then I'll start with you, Lisa. My reaction to that is that just underscores why we need the Board of Health in on the 6th. Number one, so we can explore with them a number of different issues, but this regionalization thing, I mean, it just strikes me, if there's a way for Southborough to get additional services, the specific additional services that are being asked for by the Board of Health with a regional approach that costs the taxpayers less money, I guess I want to hear the Board of Health's explanation for why we wouldn't consider doing that. So that's my point. Lisa?
And like I said, I'm sorry, I'll just add this and then I'll be quiet. It's, yes, there may be hurdles to getting this done. Yes, there may be things that we have to consider doing differently, but it's worth a conversation, because right now it's a concept that I don't think anyone disagrees is at least worth exploring. So when the question is asked, is there another option? You want to be able to say that those conversations have been had.
Yeah, good point. Lisa?
Yeah, so all I'm going to add is I think it's a good conversation to have. It's a good conversation for the 6th. And again, it's all about collaborating and doing what's best for the taxpayers and opening that discussion. And I look forward to having it. And again, understanding the reasoning why this may or may not work. So again, it's their choice as an elected board, but I think we all owe the taxpayers at least the opportunity to explore ways to bring the tax rate down and benefits down as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Chelsea?
Mark, do you know if the board met on this and took a vote to not pursue a regional approach?
I do not, but given the fact that my email correspondence with Ms. Woodford occurred yesterday, in that she said that this issue would go back to the board for some consideration at some point, and that I was called late this afternoon about about the fact that this conversation had taken place between her and the health agent in Northborough, and not seeing a posting, I'm going to say no.
Okay. I think it's important for all options to be explored so that we can choose, and I mean the town can choose the best path for this. I just would hate to miss an opportunity to go a different direction. And Mark, I guess this question's for you. Do we know the timeline that we would need to apply to do a regional grant?
I think there was a letter of interest that could have been submitted that was due, I believe, yesterday. But that, I think, was more for DPH to kind of get an understanding as to what the pool may be of people who are interested in this. But I think the true application happens, I think, at the beginning of April.
So is the timeline of April 6th enough time to kind of understand what the options are to then, potentially work with the other towns to get an application together if that's the path that's decided?
I am looking through this. I don't see the schedule. I know I have it somewhere.
Okay.
Chelsea, so I can see if that does line up.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Brian?
I would just echo Lisa's comments, actually. Just very, very much looking forward to a communication, between our two boards, just to make sure that we're coming up with the right solution for the town as a whole, and very, very much, need to hear their perspective and learn their perspective, and let's have a good, open discussion. And
good enough, Sam.
Again, I'm a little surprised to hear Mark's comments about the Northborough conversation, because I've heard Board of Health on several occasions say they are very open to regionalization for functions that make sense for. So maybe there's a communication issue there in terms of what makes sense, what doesn't. And I also look forward to the discussion on the 6th to clarify some of these things. So thank you.
All right, Mark, is that it?
I think that's enough. Yes, thank you.
Okay, consent agenda. A, B, and C. Any holds?
A and B.
Okay. A, open session minutes. What do we got?
Yep. So line 119. This was on the RFP discussion. So the directive was to work on a draft RFP and timeline, not just a timeline.
Oh, okay. Got it.
That's it.
That's it?
Yep.
All right. I move to approve with that amendment the open session meeting minutes for March 2nd, 2021.
Second.
Seconded. Chelsea got there first. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. That's approved. Item B, the tennis court lighting project. Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised that's held. Okay.
So I had a lot of questions on this. One, and the first question I had was,
Chelsea, can I interrupt you? Do you want to bring him over?
Sure.
Because I suspect the questions are going to be for him, or maybe not.
Well, so Tim and Mark did a great job of fielding my questions over the last 24 hours, maybe 36 hours. I don't even know know what time it is right now, but so I was asking questions because the original warrant article was 153,000 and the big came in at 95,000. And I was like, well, it's under the warrant article. So then I went back and Tim pulled some expenses that had already been allocated to the 153. So bottom line is the potential without a contingency rate of being over budget is a minimum of $15,000. And Tim and Mark, jump in if I'm off here. So it could be more than that if we have to dip into the contingency. And I understand that this project has been out there for 4 years and that costs could have changed. I understand that. But my issue is that if we go with the minimum amount that it could be over, then it's subject to the capital policy that we just approved a few months ago. Anything over $10,000 is subject to that policy. So I am not in favor of using the revolving fund as a backup funding source or a funding source for the $15,000 overage.
So that was brought to my attention with the capital planning policy. That was off my radar, maybe because it's so new. It wasn't on my mind with things. I guess my only take on that is given the guidelines of that policy and stating that if there is anything over 10, one of the first things to be explored should be alternative funds such as the revolving account. You know, I don't want to speak for the capital committee. I would just hope that the use of these funds would be deemed appropriate by them and then, you know, approved in that regard. But I do understand your point of seeking approval from them. I would just be hopeful that it meets their guidelines that they put forth.
I've got a couple of, so Chelsea, your request then is for us not to consider it tonight, but to kick it to the capital committee for their consideration.
Right, as per the policy.
Okay. No, I understand, but that's the, okay. Yes. And I mean, we're talking about a matter of days. So Tim, what does that do for you guys if there's a week to 10-day delay?
So it kind of does push us back significantly. I mean, this was, if I'm being honest, this was originally supposed to be grouped in with the Mooney lights 2 weeks ago. So we could get a jump on this, but because of that extra expense, I wanted to talk to the commission and explore options before I came to you all tonight. I think the only pressure I'm seeing is we do have a scheduled delivery with Musco with the lighting, just because they were purchased of early April for delivery. So waiting any more on this, while you know the reason is valid, I won't contend that, but waiting any more would probably push us past that week of delivery with the contractor. Once we get the contract done, approved by town council, you know, et cetera, we could just be pushing out the project a little bit. So that would be my only concern.
I guess my response to that is I think I don't think there's going to be an appetite to not adhering to the policy. That's number one. Number two, I think that I certainly would be fine with what you just described proceeding on a parallel track. In other words, I have absolutely no issue with you going ahead and getting the contracts reviewed and the like in anticipation. Again, I agree with you. I think it's a perfectly reasonable request, but I think we need to go through the process that we've created to make sure that the appropriate boards agree with me, so as well as others. So my guess, Tim, is that we're going to come out. Does anyone disagree that we with Chelsea's point in terms of adhering to the policy?
I don't disagree strongly, but I would really like to get this thing done. This has been lingering death here for a long time.
If it were Mooney, I might feel differently, I guess.
Marty, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, Lisa, sure.
And again, I can't speak for capital because again, capital has a couple meetings coming up this month, but it might be worth a reach out to the chair to see if there might be an opportunity to schedule a meeting to discuss this in the interim. I don't think anybody wants to hold anything up. Again, that would be my suggestion. I mean, I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I mean, I certainly could probably find a little bit of time to have a discussion if it doesn't, again, last thing we want to do is hinder the process, but we still have a process. So, yeah.
Well, do the folks have a problem with us with a motion to award the requested bid for the project as requested, contingent upon approval by capital? So you wouldn't have to come back to us. Does anyone have an issue with a motion framed that way? First of all, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. A discussion about it.
So can I just ask one question again, clarifying the numbers? So are we saying with the money that's already been encumbered out of that article, plus the bid at 95,440 puts us 15,000 over the warrant article amount? That's the
correct.
That's the crux of the issue. Okay, yep. Got it.
So my only comment, Marty, is I think this speaks to a few things. And one is no other town department has a revolving fund that can be used for overages like this, right? So I understand there's a definition for what can be used for revolving fund, but this article was approved for a certain amount at town meeting. So how do we resolve the overage and even more if we have to dip into a contingency, right? So that's problem number one. Problem number two, I just think that this speaks to the oversight of projects. And I understand that there was, a time period between when this was approved and when Tim actually kind of got situated to pick the ball up and rolling. And so that's just, unfortunately for Tim, he's had to kind of remedy that. But I think, as we look at projects coming down the line and how, what we want to approve and what we don't want to approve, I think we just need to kind of remember this process and of kind of where the failures were in the delays, right? And unfortunately now it's to a point where now we're over. And I had asked the question last summer if we were still within the bounds of the article. And I don't know if the expenditures were already purchased at that time or not, but I think there are a lot of things that played into this. So I just don't know what the resolution will be with funding the 15,000, I guess.
The resolution, you mean with capital?
Yeah.
Well, but if they don't sign off on it, then our approval is contingent.
Right. No, I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, I hear you. Believe me. I think in some respects an answer to those issues is that the procedures that we have been putting in place will presumably prevent something like this from happening in the past. I just am so reluctant, doesn't begin to describe it, to potentially derail a project because of issues not of the project's making in a lot of respects. I just think that it'd be unfortunate if that's why I think the way to do it is if again, I hope capital sees it the same way that I and maybe others do, but if they don't, then we may be back to square one. I hope that doesn't happen, Tim, but it could. Yeah. You have to put on your best advocate cap.
Again,
Again.
So Marty, I would just ask Tim, once we make this motion to move forward, it probably would be beneficial for you to reach out to the chair of capital just to see if there's any possibility, again, just to move this forward in a more expedited manner. That would probably be beneficial.
Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. We now have discussed it. Any additional discussion? No. Ms. Braccio?
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Shea?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. So good luck, Tim.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right. And I will move to approve the donation to the Recreation Department reflected in item 5C.
Second.
I have a lot of comments about this one.
Yeah.
Discussion, none. Ms. Braccio?
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Shea?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. All right, going to other matters. Let me just do a couple of things really quickly. Number one, we've already done the scheduling for purposes of our upcoming meetings. So C is done with unless somebody feels otherwise. No, okay. E, we can kick over to another meeting. And I'm happy because I get to check off on my goals list, both the bicycle committee and the Southborough 300th committee, just by putting them on the agenda. But I'll put them on for a future agenda. We'll juggle them a little bit and figure out which is best.
And I think you can take recreation off now too.
We don't have to do it tonight, although you're welcome to, or just, send me, through Mark an email or something. There were two different ways to go about a bicycle committee. And this doesn't preordain that we're going to approve it, but one was a sort of a freestanding committee. The other was wrapping it into a pedestrian transportation type committee. Just give some thought to which of those you think makes the most sense for us to consider. Okay. So that leaves us with, the next one is, I'll go to B. I'm just trying to figure out what we need to spend time on, is the RFP for legal services. That was just a cleanup. I think I successfully cleaned it up with typos and structure and the like. So I think I will move to approve the RFP for legal services and see if there's a second.
Second.
And is there any discussion? Again, it's the same one we looked at last time, just cleaned up. None. Ms. Braccio?
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Shea?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. So that leaves us with A and D. Is the discussion of the one-stop grant expression of interest, is that an extensive discussion or is that just a quick update?
I think it could be fairly quick.
All right, why don't we deal with that and then we will go to the RFP for 21 Highland, okay?
Okay, sure. Do you want me to do this, Mark?
Yes, please.
Okay. So just checking. You
did all the work. So.
It'll be done quickly this way. Go
ahead. Yeah, thank you.
All right, I'm muting for the rest of the evening.
I'll just keep moving along. You do have a memo and a copy of two correspondence in your packet regarding the one-stop grant program. One from EDC to create a Route 9 business corridor district, or the second piece would be continued work on the downtown initiative for phase 2 of that. The other piece you already have in your packet is from SHOPSI regarding a Route 9 visioning study relative to converting office space to residential, looking at alternative housing types for affordable housing, which is part of the housing production plan, as well as a feasibility study for creation of a transit-oriented overlay district. The one piece that we got from Karen Galligan a little while ago that was not in your packet was a letter of interest from her as well. And hers, Marty, goes to your bike passion. It is connected to a 4-inch shoulder on both sides of Cordova Road that would create bike access and safer sidewalks. So that would be the third piece. on Karen's piece, on the Corderville Road piece, the sidewalks would be replaced. They would be made ADA accessible. They would be resurfaced and or moved where that would be required, and there would be drainage improvements. I also wanted to note that Lisa can support this or comment as well, that the Capital Committee has also voted in support of any of these projects relative to Route 9 infrastructure. So the piece right now, these would all be expressions of interest. That's sort of, you know, the first part of this one-stop grant application, then the final application comes after that. There is a deadline of the first week of April for the expression of interest. So that's why we're looking to you now just to get your blessing and or guidance on any of these projects.
I'll just weigh in very quickly. I am, and I've said this to Mr. Wood, I'm incredibly impressed and heartened by the coordinated effort here to pull this into a single focus with so many sort of interconnected tentacles. It really is. Somebody brought their creative and organizational skills to this, and it's a boy, oh boy. I mean, it carries both some intellectual weight, organizational weight. I mean, man, it's exciting. So I'm completely in favor of the direction you folks are taking. Lisa, why don't we start with you?
Sure, I agree as well. So just to be clear, Vanessa, we can do up to 5.
That's true.
Letters of interest, but the SHOPC, the Route 9 and Capital's support of that all falls under 1. So if we add Karen's in, there's actually only 2 at this point, correct? 2 projects?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, you have Southville though, too, from SHOPC.
Okay.
So the feasibility study for the transit and the Route 9 visioning.
Okay. So there's 3.
That's a separate one.
Yeah, so we have 3. There's still 2 opportunities out there if anyone's interested in getting something to Vanessa rather quickly. But yeah, no, I'm in complete support. I think a lot of work and a lot of thought and collaboration went behind this, and completely support it.
And there is more work to be done. You know, the application piece of the expression of interest, needs to be a little bit more in depth. So, but this is what we wanted to present to you this evening.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Chelsea.
Thanks, Vanessa. So what are the next steps for kind of compiling everybody's interest and then kind of having
Sure. So filling out the expression of interest for each of these projects and getting that submitted to the state is the very next step, which has to be done before, I think April 2nd is the deadline. Yeah. So I think the town administrator and I, when we chatted at our agenda planning meeting, I think there was some interest perhaps in having a member of the board sort of be a liaison to have a view of, what we would be submitting on those expression of interest forms.
Okay, thank you.
By the board, you mean this board?
Yes.
Okay.
A delegate.
No, A, I'm happy to do it, but B, I don't want to jump in front of anybody if they have a particular interest in doing it. All right, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shea.
No further questions.
And Mr. Stivers.
A couple of comments. One, if we still have a couple of extra projects, we have a list of 60 on the Complete Streets project list that I got to believe we might be able to find a couple there that could be interesting here to parallel process with the Complete Streets thing. So I'd hate to leave open slots for that. Second, I agree, Marty, this is a great combined effort thing. I think, though, as I've suggested in a couple of the other meetings on this stuff, that this grant cycle gets us money later this year kind of thing, as I understand it. I got to believe that particularly the Route 9 development, looking for some consulting help on that to figure out what we might consider doing along Route 9 to stimulate business development, tax base, et cetera, housing opportunities, et cetera. I could make a pretty good argument that that's pandemic related, and that might be an interesting possibility for the new Stimulus Act to accelerate that process and get the consulting going earlier through that route as opposed to waiting for this one-stop thing. Not that we wouldn't keep going with one stop, but we might be able to find a way to get money quicker. Similarly, around the train station stuff, potentially, one could again talk about housing pressures, pandemic related or whatever. I think that's less a strong case, but I think creatively you might think of some opportunities there to get some money going to at least prime the pump for some of these things that the one stop's trying to do maybe. So something worth considering, I think. But otherwise, I think it's a great thing, and we got to keep moving on it as quickly as we can.
All right. So Vanessa, I think I'll work with you, but the next thing is, and we've got 2 meetings before April 2nd, is we will have draft letters of expression of interest for the board to look at and hopefully approve.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and Chelsea, I didn't push this to the end for any reason other than I expect it'll be, and don't hurry. I mean, do take the time that you need to walk us through this. It's just looking at it, a significant amount of work went into, thinking about and crafting this. And so I applaud you for that. And now if you can walk us through where we are with this, all right?
So first off, I just want to thank Lori Esposito because she did a phenomenal job with putting this together and fielding all of my changes. So I thank her for all of that help. Okay, so I think where I'll start is with section 7. And I know that the original intent that this board had was to go out with essentially 2 RFPs, which you can't do. You have to keep it to 1 RFP per property at a time. So so in the selection criteria is essentially where we broke it out between facade, no facade, because you can't send it out and say, I want this bid to say no facade and this bid to say facade. So the way that we scored it here, and I'm going to walk through some examples. So if a bid comes in at $1.1 million, you're going to get 40 points. If the bid, that $1.1 million comes in without a facade and no other allocation, then you don't get nothing. Let me back up. If it just comes in at 1.1 and that's it, you get 40 points. If you have a bid that comes in at 750,000 with the facade, then you get 45 points. So that 750 with the facade would beat out your 1.1 without the facade. So there is weight to the price, but that weight with the price kind of goes away if you bring in the facade and you're in the second tier of pricing. And then the third tier, which is the 445 to the 669, if you come in there and you have the facade, then you're going to be at 35 points. And then that third point, which is the extra 10 points, is really for if somebody comes forward and says, I'm going to do affordable, and that's going to align with some of your town goals. I'm going to include open space or something that's aligned with the social cultural development of that area. You're going to get an extra 10 points. So if you come in that third tier with the facade and you bring something like that forward, then you're going to be at 45 points as well, which will put you over the 1.1 without the facade. So I'm going to stop there just because that's a lot to kind of digest and understand the weights of kind of how we came up with the tiers, and see if anybody has any questions about that.
I mean, I don't. I mean, the only thing is I might give number 3 more than 10 points, but other than how did you come up with that?
So I'll tell you how we came up with that.
Okay.
So we didn't want to put so many components to this in because this board talked about price and facade.
And what we were trying to do was almost create incentive for somebody without putting a lot of weight on it, so that if we needed to, like, we want to incentivize people to do the facade, right? And if we can hit the sweet spot, I think that's a win for everyone, right? And so this was almost created to do a tiebreaker if we needed to. Like if somebody is willing to include something that's going to be a value add to the town, that we wanted to give them something, but I think the direction we were going in was we didn't want to have a lot of limitations on it by saying you have to do affordable, you have to do open space, you have to do X, Y, or Z. And I didn't want to limit what that list was per se. So that's kind of how we came up with the 10, was to put somebody over the top, but not put too much weight on it.
Yeah, no, that's good. Again, conceptually, what you've done makes perfect sense to me. And I also like the idea that you haven't presented 17 options. You've scaled it down with broader categories. That conceptually makes sense to me as well. Okay. Anyone else have any comments? Sam, I thought I saw your hand up. Yep.
Yeah, again, good work. I think it's a great structure. I agree with Marty. I would bump the third category to at least 20 points. That to me is an important thing to have in there.
So if you do that, then
yep,
then you're weighting things differently. Yep. And I purposely did it this way. So
I understand what you're doing there. I think I'm prepared to suffer some on that regard to get more bump in the other. But again, one could have a debate for a long time on what the right weightings are. So
yeah. And this was what I debated even putting in the third bullet. I think, Mark, we went back and forth a few times on that, on how we wanted to do it. And when I was going to let Mark add anything, if he had anything to add, but I'm not done, Mark.
I will just say very quickly, I'm comfortable with the 10. What you've said makes sense to me.
Okay.
Oh, I agree, Marty. And I think this is in line with what prior town meetings would like to see when there is a historic building. So I think this covers all the bases, Chelsea. I think you did a good job.
Thank you.
So with the points, is it strictly like, and I'll just use number 2 as an example, okay? Because I mean, certainly, it's our demolition delay bylaw is going to come into play here. Is this strictly yes, you check this box, you get the 30 points, yes, or depending upon the approach that is offered, if there are, perhaps perceived some better design recognition and some better preservation that is offered between two proposals, is there the flexibility to come up with a grading scale like up to 30 points on this category?
So then you're bringing in like some subjectivity, which I think is okay as long as you define what it is, which is why we didn't do up to 10 in number 3. So can you give me 2 examples, Brian?
I guess I'm just trying to, maybe it's just, because this is exactly where I had my questions and comments, was on this, on
just cut to the chase.
Selection criteria area.
Yeah.
And like, let me just start with price as an example. There's no benefit or no, well, I guess gauging what the competition will do. But I'm going to get 15 points whether I submit a bid of 700,000 or 999,000. So, I mean, that's a fairly big, that's like a $300,000 swing. That's an all or nothing 15 points. Yet, a bid of 850 compared to 700,000 ought to generate more points in our scoring system. And maybe that's something that we can then consider, put language in here that, other factors beyond, the point system will be taken, be considered in a final selection. But.
So are you saying that if you have an 850 bid and a 700 bid and no other bids and no points for 2 or 3, how do you pick between the 2?
I mean, obviously we would go with a higher price, I would think, in
Right.
that scenario.
Right.
If so.
So, and I'm not, I guess I would ask this board then, Brian, based on your question for the price, is this what we would want in terms of the 3 tiers? Like, we just came up with this based on, at first we started at a percentage, and then we decided that really wasn't going to work. And then we talked about doing 5 tiers instead of 3 tiers. And we went back and forth on that a couple of times. And then it got a little convoluted with like how to break out the points. Yep. So then we went back to 3. And this is where we landed. And I'm not opposed to changing the ranges if we think that maybe it should be $445 to $799 and then $800 to $999. I'm not opposed to that. This was just kind of what we came up with, but.
Yeah. And remind me, what is the assessed value of the property currently?
It's assessed at 1.5.
1.5, okay.
I think.
And so, Chelsea, people who know real estate better than certainly I do, there's not simply because obviously high bid is going to factor into it. Someone looking at it through a real estate lens, you're not going to look at this and say, oh, okay, basically you've just put a $1 million cap on your bids because with 1 million, you get the 40 points. Why would you bid 1.2? The reason to bid 1.2 is to have the higher bid.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So there's not a concern that is somehow acting as a cap.
So, so I think that if that was your only selection criteria, just price, then what you just said is true, that you're not putting a cap. But I do think by adding number 2 and potentially adding number 3, we could be diluting our max outcome or max bid.
Okay.
If you were just going to, and who knows what we're going to get, we may get, I don't know. I really don't know what to expect, but I do think that by not going out on price, you are taking the focus away from just price. So I think you, in fact, could be. But I also was looking at it as kind of what's going to get consensus from multiple groups, right? That have a vested interest here. And I think that if that's what we're looking to do, this was a good way to strike a good balance.
Yeah, no, I get you're threading a needle here, and I remain convinced that if the facade is maintained, it's going to be because the town owns the property. That's been my view throughout. I think this is a nice. I get what you're getting at here, and I can imagine a completely different approach. But this given what we are trying to accomplish, I think this is a very I think it's an effective way to do it. And you've explained the concerns about the cap that sort of jump out at you when you see that $1 million there. So
yeah.
And Marty, if I can just add, I think this gives town meeting options when we go there. I don't necessarily think you're going to get a bid just in one category if you get bids. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a real estate person, but it might be a good way to showcase for the town what the options are. So it doesn't become as difficult, I think, as Fayetteville came. I think this gives it additional options.
And this is going to require 2/3 vote, right?
Yep.
So by having, at least with Fayetteville, we got the authority to sell it, and then it was just our board that made the decision on it.
Yeah.
This is you could very easily have 55% of town meeting wants to go with bid A, 55% wants to go with bid B, and
so I believe that we can only, and Mark, keep me honest here, we can only bring one bid based on, like, we have to go with the grid, right? We'll have a committee that reviews all the applications, and we'll put a grid together, right? And we'll score everything, and then we bring one bid to town meeting, and it's yes or no, right, Mark?
So the selection process, as Chelsea has described it, essentially is going to, once all of that work is done, then it all comes back to the full board. And I really think the full board needs to galvanize around a bid that you would then bring to town meeting, and that would be the subject of the motion. And then at that point, I think, it's going to be up to town meeting. Do they want to proceed? Or, do they want to deny it outright? Or I think the valuable third option, if they're not going to approve the position that the board brings forward, is to grant the board the authorization to dispose of the property and give you specific, in the motion or in the vote, give you specific guidelines and said, you can dispose of the property, but you have to include these things, which then gives you a clear guideline. If you're going back out to bid again, you know what you have to ask for, and you know that those results can be acted upon.
Chelsea?
Yes.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
One of the concerns I have about the rating system is I'm not sure this would give me as a bidder sufficient motivation to work hard within the various categories. And it seems to me that a structure that is more sort of linear mathematical around the price. So you get certain, there's a minimum amount, and then you get more points as the price increases with a either top limit or sort of a asymptotic kind of thing. So you get less and less for higher prices in terms of the price alone. And then up to figures for the other categories. So people, again, it is more subjective, but people have some motivation to say, I got to work hard to get the maximum evaluation for this particular category, not just that I got to do something here that sort of gets me over whatever I think the hurdle point is to get the points for the thing, and then that's just enough. Versus somebody motivated to say, I got to really knock this one out of the park to get the maximum number of points for this thing, because if I don't, I'll get 10% of the maximum number of points. And I guess I don't mind subjectivity on the part of the review committee. It gives them more flexibility there to award points. And it seems, again, to me, you get more motivation for bidders to work harder to either pony up more money or more creativity in terms of meeting some of the other requirements. So structurally, I would find that more motivating as a bidder. But again, I don't know how folks feel about that one.
So I guess, are you suggesting that between 445 and 669, depending on what you bid on, you would increase
the points, yeah.
Every 50,000 or something.
Yeah, you could put a function in there. You get 10 points for $500,000, and then for each $100,000 above that, you get another point or something like that. Figure out the math to top out, $1.5 million, $2 million or something, so people could get more points. Or after $1 million, you get 1 point for every $100,000 versus 2 points for every $100,000 or something like that. So make it a little more interesting in terms of putting together a package over all dimensions that maxes out your bid points. More complicated.
As I'm listening to this, the only thing that I'm worried about here is that and I suspect, Chelsea, you wrestled with this a little bit. A camel is a horse designed by a committee, and I'm worried. We've got a horse, and yeah, if I had designed it from the get-go, there's no question it'd be different. Sam, it would be different. I'm just wondering. I mean, conceptually, reading through this, I had some questions, but the concept made sense to me. And I really worry that if it's, again, unless we want to scrap conceptually what's been done and start all over, that tinkering at the edges is going to, you know, when you move something over here, you affect it over there. And I'm very worried about that. So
the one thing, Mr. Chairman, the one thing I will point out, if you look down at the section below, I know Chelsea said she wasn't done and I shouldn't get involved, but I will just point out the section below the one that we're talking about now with proposed process schedule, you can see that based on the requirements of what we need to do and how long this needs to be out, we're not going to have good information back until the second week of May, back to the board, which means you're going to be crafting your motion, you know, not until then. You know, really this needs to be decided tonight so that we can get moving on this. And I understand it's not perfect, or it may be perceived as not perfect. I think Chelsea and Lori did an excellent job on this. And so just like any good manager would do, I just get out of the way because they didn't need me in the process. And I think they've tried to put something together which gives the bidders a chance to, you know, to give some creativity to their responses. And, you know, the two things the board mentioned, they've tried to give credence to in the scoring. And so, like I said, that's my piece.
So I guess based on that and based on some of the discussion, I'm actually okay with what's in here because I agree, Marty, if we start tinkering too much, you lose the effect of what the document was about. And I believe the things that were important to us are encompassed within these three parallels. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, ultimately it's going to be up to town meeting to decide. And for me, it's a clear path with this. So I will just leave it at that.
All right, I'm going to see what Brian thinks. You've been kind of quiet, Brian.
No, I tend to agree with Lisa, and I think Mark has laid out the time frame pretty clearly that if this is something that we're going to have information for this upcoming town meeting, then we need to act on this. And, you know, again, Chelsea, I think you know that. I mean, the questions aren't, they're just intended to get more information to provoke other ideas. And, you know, I think that the thought process that you have gone into and put behind this that you and Lori have is very, very defensible. And I think it accomplishes the goals that we were looking for at our meeting 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So does anybody else have any comments on section 7? And I'm just going to quickly point out a few other things. Okay.
No, I just want to make sure Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would tinker some more, but I clearly am outvoted, so let's keep going.
You'd want to keep building that camel.
That horse is perfect for desert work.
Camels weren't made with red lines, Sam. It's okay.
So section 4 on the redevelopment options. So there is language in there related to demolition delay bylaw, that kind of thing. So I just wanted everybody to be aware that that is in there. And then in section 5, there is a section on the adaptive reuse of historic buildings bylaws, and that was adopted in 2017. That essentially allows certain uses that isn't otherwise allowed in RESB. So that's a good thing to have in there so the developers know essentially that there's more available for them to do on that property. Because that will fall, the school actually falls under that definition. Mark outlined the process timeline. And I think those are the things that I wanted to point out. Mark, was there anything else in here that you wanted to bring our attention to?
I think the only other thing, and you wanted me to mention this, Chelsea, is the appraisal that the town had received. So the appraisal is something that is considered, would be considered a public document if people requested it. I think there's a question as to whether or not that you want to put it in the RFP document, or you want to make it available if in fact it's requested.
Honestly, I'm an information guy. Since they can get it anyway, I'd give it to them.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to request it. So.
Okay.
No disagreement. So, okay.
Yep.
I can't, I can't find it looking here, but I really like the reference to the possibility of community preservation funds being available. Yeah. Yes. Whatever idea that was a very, very good idea.
So that actually was in Fayville's RFP. Okay. So we pulled it from that.
Yeah.
Good point. Thank you.
So is that it? Is that what you wanted to go through, Chelsea?
It is. Yeah, it is. So if we approve this to move forward tonight, then I believe council needs to review this, Mark.
Yes, I would probably just run it by council just to have him take a look and see. Again, it's very similar to what was put out previously. There's been some changes, but so I think the review should be fairly quick.
Okay. And then Lori can go ahead and start advertising whenever the next window opens for 30 days.
That's correct. I think we can get that advertisement in while council is reviewing this, so that can happen on a parallel track. So that's not holding it up.
So then would you want us to approve it subject to review by council, and with the understanding that if there are non-substantive changes that we don't need to see it again? Does that make sense?
I do have a couple other points, Marty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam.
If I may. Two things. One is, I think this down payment of minimum of $5,000, I think is way too low. The Burnett house was like 50 grand originally when they did that deal. Seems to me 50 is not a bad number for that. Second point is, I think there's an issue with the hazmat stuff and the purchase and sale agreement. The way I read that, we have liability forever on that. So it seems to me that there ought to be an end point for that. They've got a certain amount of time, 90 days or whatever after closing, to determine if there's an issue there. And then they take that responsibility after that, because that language said that that term survives indefinitely, which again, I don't think the town wants to be on the hook for 10 years down the road. Somebody finds hazardous materials there. Typically the buyer has an opportunity to do whatever studies they need to do to determine the situation relative to that. And then that becomes their liability. So maybe that's a question for town council, but I wouldn't be comfortable sitting on that liability indefinitely.
Which paragraph are you talking about, Sam?
Purchase and sale agreement.
Yeah, which paragraph?
4, I think. Yeah. Buyer should pay amount of consideration, blah, blah, blah. Provided, however, at least that's the way I read that.
This we just took from the Fayville PNS.
Yeah, and I'm not the attorney here, so my main concern is to be sure that language releases us from obligation after some point in time.
Yeah, it is open-ended. It's weird though that it's not a damage provision. Yeah. It's a you can revert the purchase and sale, which is it almost imposes its own time limitation, because who's going to do that 5 years down the line?
Yeah, yeah. It just seemed to me to be unusual there, and I couldn't sort out what the rationale was.
So maybe flag that for Aldo, Mark.
Sure. Sam, I think the other point to your $5,000 comment, the deposit's equal to the greater of $5,000 or 10% of the purchase price. So assumably it's not going to be $5,000, but
presumably
if Well, if it
That'll
is,
be a pretty short discussion.
If it is, then we've got larger issues than facade preservation.
Yeah. But I'd like, it seems to me that there ought to be a minimum, regardless of what. But anyway, again, not a huge issue, but worth thinking about. So, otherwise, let's keep going.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't feel strongly about that. I mean, really, $5,000. That's a $50,000 price.
Right.
So I mean, it's just not gonna. So if we want to kick that up to, I don't know, $25,000, that's fine, or just leave it, because if the bid is $50,000, like I said, it's a pretty short conversation.
Yeah. It's the town's facade in that case. Your words come true, Marty.
This is one on which I want to be proven wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be.
Okay, is that it?
All right, I'm ready to, again, Chelsea, this is, and Lori is not on, this is a terrific piece of work. I'm guessing it took more than a few hours. So nicely done. So I'll move that we go forward with this, and that we approve this RFP for the South Union School, subject to council's review, and that we don't need to review it again for any non-substantive changes.
Second.
Discussion, none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. Excellent job, and let's go fishing. All right. Mr. Kalenda, Mr. Miller, and Ms. Luttrell have hung in this entire meeting. We are now at our second round of public comment. It is 11:04 p.m. And I don't see any hand raised, but I'll give folks an opportunity. Going once, going twice. All right, I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
By Ms. Malinowski. Discussion, none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea, I'm having trouble keeping the alphabet straight.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. Thanks, everybody. Hopefully the next, 9 we have, and before the 20, the next few will be a little bit shorter than this one, but we got a ton done. So.
I've heard that before.
I know. Blame it on the chair.
I believed it for the first 10 times. But
all right, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Getting all your emails and everything like that. We'll touch base about them. All right.